Chapter 2186. From the beginning, Dong Yuanjin's understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength was only at the peak of the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was on par with the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. When he discovered that the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, he instinctively thought the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall could easily suppress Duan Lingtian. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have been wrong from the beginning. Duan Lingtian's strength was not just at the peak of the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. If Duan Lingtian's strength was only at the peak of the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, how could he sever Duan Lingtian's arm under the watchful eyes of the Enforcement Hall's Hall Master? Even the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall did not have time to react. Hall Master! In the blink of an eye, Dong Yuanjin only had time to stop the bleeding from his severed arm. He didn't even dare to reach out to catch his falling arm as he immediately flew away. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he stood behind the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Icy Eagle. To him, the Hall Leader of the Law Enforcement Hall, Long Ying, was his last hope. If Hall Master Long Ying couldn't protect him, then he would definitely die today. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Long Ying, suddenly shouted. His voice was filled with extreme anger. Immediately afterwards, a vast amount of Saint Qi burst out from Long Ying's body like a bolt of lightning, exuding a terrifying aura that set off a storm, causing the robes of everyone present to flap wildly. Some of the weaker cultivators were blown away by the gusts of wind and retreated far away. This is the strength of a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage? When the people who had retreated looked at the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Long Ying, again, other than shock, there was only respect in their eyes. The Hall Master is angry. At the same time, they could clearly sense the change in Long Ying's emotions. Long Ying looked at Duan Lingtian with an increasingly cold gaze. Duan Lingtian had actually dared to chop off the arm of one of his deputy Hall Masters, right under his nose. This had completely infuriated him. Even though Duan Lingtian's sword was very strong, it was not to the extent that he was afraid of it. If it was before today, facing Duan Lingtian who could display that sword move, he might not dare to act rashly out of fear. Today, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the various divine abilities that he had mastered, he was confident that he was stronger than Hong Yun, one of the three guardians of Zoroastrianism. He was confident he could easily deal with ordinary powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for why he didn't react in time just now, it was because he was caught off guard. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to attack without any warning. By the time he regained his senses and wanted to save Dong Yuanjin, it was already too late. Whoosh! With a shout, Long Ying moved as well. Boom! As soon as he moved, it was as if he was breaking the earth, causing an earth-shattering bang to resound from the void, causing those who heard the sound to feel deafened. Some of the people with a weaker cultivation base had their eardrums ruptured, causing blood to flow out of their ears. On the other side, when Long Ying made his move, his figure flew out with the help of his movement divine ability. He also cast his assist-type divine ability immediately, allowing his saint origin to further improve in a short time. In the end, his saint origin was not far from the saint origin of a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, a 7-foot-long spear had appeared in his hand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The long spear shook and the body of the spear immediately began to tremble violently. The frequency was so fast that it caused waves of buzzing sounds to be emitted in the air. A destructive aura spread in the air. 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He was certain the 7-foot-long spear in Long Ying's hand was 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian. Although I don't know how you managed to become as strong as a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a few years, if you think you can do as you please in the Enforcement Hall with just that little bit of strength, you're gravely mistaken. Long Ying's cold words entered the ears of the people in the surroundings. Many of them felt as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Some of the people with a weaker cultivation base felt as though winter had arrived. Lung Ying's words were accompanied by his swift movements and the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's spear in his hand that looked like a swimming dragon. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscriptions Saint's spear shot out like a furious dragon with its mouth wide open as it pounced toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though it was going to devour Duan Lingtian. The furious dragon swept across the sky, shattering the earth and shocking the heavens. It was as if the heavens and earth had lost their color at this moment. No wonder he's so confident. The Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall is definitely stronger than Guardian Hong Yun. The reason for this is because the various divine abilities that he has mastered are much stronger than the various divine abilities that Guardian Hong Yun has mastered. He might not be a match for Guardian Hong Yun before he broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, now that he has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm sure Guardian Hong Yun won't be a match for him. Duan Lingtian finally realized where Lung Ying's confidence came from when he saw Lung Ying making his move. He compared Hong Yun, one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism whom he had defeated, to Lung Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. He discovered Lung Ying was much stronger than Hong Yun. At the very least, the current Frigid Eagle was slightly stronger than Protector Hong Yun. No wonder he dares to make a move on me, even though he has just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage after I displayed strength comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and severed one of Dong Yuanjin's arms. As it turns out, his confidence comes from the various divine abilities he has mastered. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's questions were answered. The strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage depended on the various divine abilities he had mastered. If one had powerful divine abilities and powerful martial tactics, one would be able to unleash greater strength. If one were to compare the various divine abilities to a foundation, Lung Ying's foundation was shockingly solid. No wonder he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Zoroastrianism. Lung Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, is indeed extraordinary. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As Lung Ying charged forward, the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's spear in his hand began to spin like the impact drill on earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Moreover, it was spinning faster and faster. Wherever it passed, the void would emit a piercing, buzzing sound. Lung Ying was like a god of spears as he charged toward Duan Lingtian with his spear. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed one thought after another. Lung Ying's offensive martial tactic is not far from the peak of ordinary martial tactics in the mundane realms. Coupled with his offensive divine ability, I'm afraid not many people below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would dare to take his attack head-on. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed further into slits. A sharp light flashed between his eyes like a swimming dragon, as if it would never know fatigue. The Hall Master is getting serious. At the same time, the expressions of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, including Jiang Qin, turned solemn. They could see their Hall Master was going all out. In the past, they would have been told to think that their Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall would go all out against a personal disciple. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never believe that such a ridiculous thing would happen. But now, the truth was right before their eyes. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they had no choice but to believe it. Lord Hall Master, Dong Yuanjin, one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, who was standing behind Lung Ying, looked at the scene before him with a hopeful expression. He prayed that his Hall Master would be able to defeat and kill Duan Lingtian. It would be fine if Lung Ying won this battle. However, if Duan Lingtian won, he would be doomed eternally. I hate this. Why didn't I kill him myself back then? At this moment, Dong Yuanjin's heart was filled with regret. Once upon a time, Duan Lingtian was merely an ant in his eyes. At that time, he even felt that killing Duan Lingtian was an insult to his hands. However, the person who was like an ant in his eyes now possessed a strength that could completely suppress him. If the heavens gave him another chance to go back to a few years ago, He would definitely not hesitate to pay any price to personally kill Duan Lingtian, so as to avoid future troubles. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on Long Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall. He hoped that Long Ying would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Hall Master Long Ying, your attack is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid not many people below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would dare to take your attack head-on. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded abruptly and clearly entered into everyone's ears. Unfortunately, I, Duan Lingtian, am not one of those who would dare to take your attack head-on. Duan Lingtian blurted out these 2 sentences in a split second. Chapter 2187. Heaven Flying Immortal. As soon as Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin that had been raised to its limit by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, surged into the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword, his figure flashed again as he cast the sword offensive divine ability he had not mastered for a long time. One had to know that Duan Lingtian had never used this ability, even when he was fighting one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, Hong Yun. From this, it can be seen that the pressure that the hall master of the enforcement hall, Icy Eagle, gave him was far greater than the pressure that Hong Yun gave him. Otherwise, there was no need for him to cast this divine ability. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who was holding the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword, created several clones that looked exactly like him. In just a blink of an eye, the few Duan Lingtian that appeared out of thin air stunned everyone present. After Duan Lingtian's doppelgangers appeared, they didn't split up and stayed together. Judging from their postures, they had no intention of splitting up. Imperial Sword Technique. The moment the doppelgangers appeared, Duan Lingtian used the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, to control the sword with the heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the 1,000 inscriptions Saint swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's true body and his clones shot out toward the 1,000 inscriptions Saint spear in Long Ying's hand that was charging toward him like a raging dragon. When the 1,000 inscriptions Saint swords flew out, they lined up neatly in a straight line. They looked like a few well-arranged soldiers. In just a blink of an eye, the first 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword and the 1,000 inscriptions Saint spear collided. Chi, chi, chi. In the beginning, when the 2 forces collided, it did not cause too much of a commotion. It only emitted a series of rapid friction sounds as the first wave of almost silent confrontation was carried out. The next moment, all of a sudden, boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out from nowhere. It was deafening, causing the hearts of everyone present to involuntarily pause. Boom, 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 boom. After that earth-shattering explosion, a series of earth-shattering explosions followed, and they didn't stop for a long time. It was Duan Lingtian's first 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword and Long Ying's 1,000 inscriptions Saint spear clashing fiercely. 2 majestic forces collided and exploded, causing the surrounding air to stagnate. Even space seemed to tremble violently at this moment. Waves of rolling airwaves swept out. Gusts of wild wind also began to wreak havoc in all directions. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian's first 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword that was defeated by Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions Saint spear. After being defeated, the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword shattered and disappeared without a trace. It was only a clone of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword. The otherworldly celestial was a sword-type divine ability. Once it was cast, not only would Duan Lingtian create a clone, but even the sword in his hand would create a clone as well. Naturally, the clone's power was not as strong as the sword's main body. When Duan Lingtian's first clone of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword exhausted a portion of the energy in Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions Saint spear, whoosh, whoosh, another 2 sword cries reverberated in the air. The other 2 clones of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword charged out as well, exhausting the energy in Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions Saint spear. There's no need to use the 4th clone of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword anymore. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, The 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword at the back of the neat formation suddenly sped up and overtook the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword in front of it as it charged toward Eagle. This 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword was its main body. Whoosh! As soon as the main body of the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword appeared, the sword cries only lasted for a brief moment. The moment the sword ray touched the raging energy in Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions saint spear, Eagle's expression changed drastically as he panicked. How can it be so strong? This was because Eagle was shocked to discover that the sword ray was stronger than before. Compared to the previous 2 streaks of sword light, the sword light that was rushing over was not just a little bit stronger. Oh no! In the blink of an eye, Long Ying discovered that the flash of sword light had destroyed the vast power contained in his 1,000 inscription saint spear like it was breaking a twig. His saint origin gushed out of his body and poured into the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear in his hand. Even so, it did not have much of an effect. Duan Lingtian had completely gained the upper hand in his attack. He took advantage of the situation and destroyed Eagle's counterattack. Boom, 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 boom. Another deafening explosion reverberated in the air. The void seemed to tremble violently as though it would collapse at any time. Duan Lingtian's 1,000 inscriptions saint sword seemed to contain invincible energy as it destroyed the energy in Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions saint spear. With a clang, the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear was sent flying. The moment the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear left Long Ying's hand, the web between his thumb and index finger on his right hand cracked open, revealing a hideous crack. Blood splattered everywhere, dazzling to the eye. Barf! Eagle's body trembled violently as his face turned pale. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Before the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear was sent flying, the energy that entered his body from the spear had injured his internal organs, causing him to suffer severe internal injuries. Golden crow's wings. As soon as Long Ying spat out blood, a pair of flaming wings sprouted from Duan Lingtian's back. Duan Lingtian activated the wings and flew toward Long Ying at a ridiculous speed. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Long Ying. Bang! As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a palm print that was as heavy as a mountain landed on Eagle's chest, sending him flying before he could even catch his breath. Eagle instantly flew out in a wretched manner like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. Along the way, he continued to spit out mouthfuls of blood that was so red that it was almost black. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and retrieved the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that flew away after sending Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions saint spear flying. Then, he put it away in his spatial ring. In the next moment, he calmly hovered in the air as he looked at Long Ying, who had just barely managed to regain his footing after flying a distance away. Hallmaster Long Ying, do you still want to stop me from killing Dong Yuanjin? The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice without waiting for Long Ying's response. He said in a deep voice, "Let me make this clear. If you make a move again, I won't show you any mercy." Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, everyone present on the scene clearly heard his words, causing their hearts to tremble. How terrifying! How could Duan Lingtian's strength be so strong? Even our Hall Master, who has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, isn't a match for him. What fortuitous encounter did he have during these few years? Don't tell me the rumor about him killing the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, is true? He killed the Golden Lion King with 3 strikes. It seems like he only used 3 strikes to defeat Lord Hall Master. Everyone regained their senses one after another. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Those who were whispering among themselves were even more cautious. It was as though they were afraid of angering Duan Lingtian if they were too loud. How's this possible? Dong Yuanjin's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian defeating the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Ling Ying, with his own eyes. A hint of despair could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Even Hall Master Ling Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, was no match for Duan Lingtian after he had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Lung Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, whose face was as pale as a sheet, finally managed to catch his breath. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, I admit I'm not as strong as you. However, do you think you can do whatever you want in Zoroastrianism with your strength? There are rules in Zoroastrianism. Aren't you afraid Lord Sect Leader will punish you for doing this? Lung Ying mentioned the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Trying to escape? As soon as Lung Ying finished speaking, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, tried to flee. Duan Lingtian did not even have time to respond to Lung Ying. Duan Lingtian immediately flapped his golden crow's wings that he did not have time to retract. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he blocked Dong Yuanjin's path of escape. Dong Yuanjin was so shocked that he came to a halt. His expression changed drastically when Duan Lingtian said indifferently, Didn't you see the hall master of the enforcement hall as your savior? What do you think now? Moreover, I've said that I'll kill Dong Yuanjin in front of hall master Lung Ying. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his sentence, Dong Yuanjin had already fallen to his knees in the air. His body was trembling as he cried out, Duan Lingtian, please spare me. Please spare me. You've already killed my unfilial son. There's no enmity between us. Let's just forget about it. What do you think? I beg you. I beg you. I beg you. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, lowered his head in despair when he was faced with the threat of death. He even knelt in front of Duan Lingtian, whom he had previously regarded as an ant, and begged for mercy. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He had to survive. Shame. He's a disgrace to the enforcement hall. Chapter 2188. There's no enmity between us? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Dong Yuanjin's words. You ordered someone to kill me, and you're saying there's no enmity between us? Or perhaps you think it's because of your son, Dong Lin, so there's no enmity between us? Yes. Dong Yuanjin hurriedly nodded in response. Dong Yuanjin, if you had the courage to die standing, I might have respected you. But now, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Before he could finish speaking, he made his move again. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the vast sun saint origin in his body surged into his hand. As he raised his hand, it transformed into a palm seal that shot toward Dong Yuanjin. No. By the time Dong Yuanjin regained his senses, Duan Lingtian's palm seal was already inches away from him. As soon as he finished speaking, the palm seal landed on his body. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Duan Lingtian killed Dong Yuanjin with just a palm strike. Instantly, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Although everyone present was mentally prepared for this scene, they were still shocked when they saw it. They could not help but tremble in fear when they saw Duan Lingtian killing Dong Yuanjin with just a flip of his palm. Dong Yuanjin was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. His status was comparable to a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. His son, Dong Lin, could not compare to him at all. However, Duan Lingtian had killed someone like that just like that. Duan Lingtian, I'll personally look for Lord Sect Leader and ask him to seek justice for the enforcement hall. Lung Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, looked at Duan Lingtian coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian had killed Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. As you wish. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Frigid Eagle's words, he shrugged nonchalantly, as though he wasn't afraid that Frigid Eagle would complain to the leader of Zoroastrianism. In fact, he wasn't afraid at all. Humph! Lung Ying snorted coldly when he saw this. He took to the air and flew towards the Saint Island, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Behind the clouds was the cultivation ground of the leader of Zoroastrianism, Jiang Qin. After Lung Ying left, Duan Lingtian's gaze once again landed on Jiang Qin. He called out Jiang Qin's name. Jiang Qin was so scared that his body trembled. His face turned pale in an instant. His first thought was that the malefic star didn't like him and wanted to attack him. He could only pray in his heart. He hoped that this fiend would go easy on him. He was already prepared to be tortured. However, in the next moment, he realized he was wrong. The malefic star didn't dislike him and wanted to torture him. "I want to see Ganru Yin," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at Jiang Qin. His tone was firm and unquestionable. "Ganru Yin?" Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He instinctively asked, You know Ganru Yin?" "She's my friend," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Jiang Qin deeply. Jiang Qin was stunned. He felt as though he was struck by lightning. Duan Lingtian was friends with Ganru Yin? He vaguely realized something was amiss. The reason Duan Lingtian taught him a lesson earlier was most likely not because he didn't like him. It was because of his actions that caused Ganru Yin to be imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. Jiang Qin was the one who dealt with the matter impartially. However, it was understandable that Duan Lingtian stood up for his friend. "Lead the way," Duan Lingtian said impatiently when he saw Jiang Qin was stunned and did not say anything for a long time. Duan Lingtian's voice instantly woke Jiang Qin up. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a wry smile, "Ganru Yan's matter is a little complicated. However, she was taken away from the law enforcement hall by the sect leader not long ago." "Taken away by the sect leader?" Duan Lingtian frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" After witnessing Duan Lingtian killing Dong Yuanjin with his own eyes, Jiang Qin knew it would only take a few minutes for Duan Lingtian to kill him. For this reason, he did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's question and hastily replied, "I heard the saint girl asked the sect leader to take her away. As for the other details, I don't know." "Saint girl?" Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. Which saint girl? He thought Jiang Qin was referring to his wife, Ke. However, when he thought about it, he felt that was not right. After all, Ke was also in the law enforcement hall. Moreover, based on Jiang Qin's words, Ganru Yan's departure was requested by the saint girl. Although Jiang Qin's wife, Ke, was once the saint of Zoroastrianism, she was now a sinner. It was impossible for her to request anything from the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Even if she did, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would not pay any attention to her. "Jiang Qin, be careful with your words." When the other vice hall master of the law enforcement hall saw Jiang Qin publicly announcing the saintess in front of everyone, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice as his expression changed. After all, only a handful of people in the Zoroastrianism knew about the saint girl being taken away from the law enforcement hall by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Although the sect leader did not warn them not to spread the news, they were not allowed to do so. However, even if the sect leader did not warn them, it was still inconvenient for them to publicize the matter. Everyone in the Zoroastrianism knew that the saint girl who had been missing for many years was a sinner. She was imprisoned in the law enforcement hall and was waiting for the sect leader to sentence her after he came out of his closed-door cultivation. Although the sect leader had come out of his closed-door cultivation, he did not sentence the saint girl. Not only did he not sentence the saint girl, but he also did not sentence her. Not only that, but he even took the saint girl away from the law enforcement hall. If news of this spread out, it would definitely affect the reputation of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. After all, there would definitely be people who would secretly say that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had abused his power for personal gain and took the lead in ignoring the rules of the sect. Although the sect leader of Zoroastrianism could completely ignore the rules of the sect due to his position in the Zoroastrianism, if news of this spread out, the reputation of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would definitely be affected. As one of the three great sects in the Tao Martial Saintland and one of the top three forces in the Tao Martial Saintland, the sect of Zoroastrianism valued its reputation very much. "I can't believe I forgot about this." When Jiang Qin heard the reminder from the other vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, horror dawned on him immediately. Earlier, when he faced Duan Lingtian, there was only fear left in his heart. Due to this reason, he did not think about anything else when he heard Duan Lingtian's question and answered honestly. Now that he heard the reminder from the other Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, he realized he had acted rashly. Saint Girl? Which Saint Girl? Due to this reason, he did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Humph. Duan Lingtian scoffed when he saw Jiang Qin did not answer him. It shocked Jiang Qin so much that his heart skipped a beat. He instantly wanted to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to explain. However, before Jiang Qin could send a voice transmission, he saw Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall who warned him. Since you don't want him to say it, you'll have to say it, Duan Lingtian said coldly as he looked at the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall with a piercing gaze. At the same time, a vast and powerful killing intent surged out of his body and shrouded the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall did not even dream that his warning to Jiang Qin would bring about such an unexpected calamity. When he heard Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent words, when he felt the killing intent that enveloped him, and when he thought of Duan Lingtian's previous actions in the end, he gave in. Saint Girl. She's referring to the missing Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism. She's the one who asked Lord Sect Leader to take Gon Ruyin away from our Law Enforcement Hall. Naturally, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall did not say it out loud. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall's words. He said in a deep voice, "Don't try to lie to me. As far as I know, the Saint Girl is also imprisoned in the Law Enforcement Hall. Are you telling me she's the one who asked Lord Sect Leader to take Gon Ruyin away from the Law Enforcement Hall?" I'm not lying to you, and I don't dare to lie to you. The Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. The Saint Girl is no longer in our Law Enforcement Hall. As time passed, Duan Lingtian learned about the whereabouts of Kerr and her mother from the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. They're actually at the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Gon Ruyin is there as well? Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. His wife and daughter, whom he wanted to see even in his dreams, were actually at the place he had just been to. Naturally, he could not say that he had been there. He could only say that he had been there for a while. That place was none other than the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. In the sky above the Saint Island, there was an island hidden behind the clouds. If that's the case, they must have heard me talking to the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect earlier. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian learned that Kerr and her mother were not in the Law Enforcement Hall and were at the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he immediately rose into the air and flew in the direction Snow Eagle, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, had left. Duan Lingtian flew through the clouds and arrived at the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He happened to see Snow Eagle complaining to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism loudly. Chapter 2189. Lord Sect Leader, please uphold justice for the Enforcement Hall. Long Ying enunciated each and every word as he looked at the place where the sect leader of Zoroastrianism cultivated. His voice was laced with anger. Naturally, his anger was not directed at the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Instead, it was directed at Duan Lingtian, who had killed Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. As soon as Long Ying finished speaking, he noticed Duan Lingtian had followed him. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sneer, "Duan Lingtian, didn't you say that I could do whatever I wanted? What's wrong? Are you afraid now?" When Long Ying saw Duan Lingtian following him, he thought Duan Lingtian was worried that he would complain to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Don't flatter yourself. Duan Lingtian glanced at Long Ying indifferently. I'm here for something else. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Long Ying's expression darkened. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in the air as Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, appeared before Duan Lingtian and Long Ying. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air like a ghost. Lord Sect Leader. Long Ying bowed respectfully when he saw Tang Xian. Sect Leader. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian merely nodded at Tang Xian and greeted him casually. Compared to Tang Xian's servile attitude, Duan Ling Tian was much more casual. Initially, Lang Ying thought Duan Ling Tian was going to be in trouble when he saw Duan Ling Tian being so rude to Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He could not help but gloat at Duan Ling Tian's misfortune. However, when he saw Tang Xian nodding at Duan Ling Tian in a friendly manner and was not angered by Duan Ling Tian's rudeness, he was dumbfounded. As far as he knew, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism didn't seem to be that easy to talk to, right? Could it be that the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had changed after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Hall Master Long, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Tang Xian nodded at Duan Ling Tian in a friendly manner before he looked at Lang Ying and said, according to the rules passed down by Zoroastrianism since ancient times, all Zoroastrians who have broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage will be promoted to Guardian. From this moment onwards, Hall Master Long, you are not only the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, but also the 5th Guardian of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian announced when he reached the end of his sentence. Lang Ying was slightly excited when he heard Tang Xian's words. After all, he had worked so hard all this time for the sake of becoming a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. A guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect was second only to one person in Zoroastrianism. This had always been Lang Ying's goal. For this reason, he was extremely excited when Tang Xian announced that he would become a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect. However, when he heard the latter part of Tang Xian's sentence, he could not help but be stunned. Fifth guardian? Icehawk stared at Tang Xian in shock, unable to react in time. As far as he knew, there were only 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was only natural for him to become a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect. However, if he became a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect, shouldn't he be the 4th guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect? Tang Xian seemed to have noticed Lang Ying's confusion. He immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and introduced him to Lang Ying. Before you, the Zoroastrianism sect has already produced a 4th guardian. He's none other than Ling Tian. Initially, I plan to announce to the Zoroastrianism sect that we have a 4th guardian in 3 days. However, it seems like not only will we have a 4th guardian, but we'll also have a 5th guardian in 3 days. At that time, not only the Zoroastrianism sect, but the entire western region and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland will know that we have 2 guardians. The smile on Tang Xian's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. It was obvious that he was in a very good mood. Guardian? Ling Tian? Lang Ying's eyes widened when he heard Tang Xian's words. He instinctively looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock and disbelief. However, when he thought about how Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than him, it made sense for him to become a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect. The reason he did not react in the beginning was because he had regarded Duan Ling Tian as a true disciple since the beginning. Although Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than him, he did not expect that a true disciple could become a guardian as long as they met the conditions. Yes. Tang Xian nodded before he said, Hall Master Long, I've learned about what happened in the enforcement hall through my divine consciousness. Guardian Ling Tian is only seeking revenge, so it's understandable. After all, it was the Dong clan's father and son who tried to kill him. Let's put this matter to rest. What do you think, Hall Master Long? Tang Xian glanced at Icehawk as he spoke. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he heard Tang Xian's words. As expected, the leader of the Zoroastrianism sect was constantly extending his divine sense to cover the entire Zoroastrianism. Since the sect leader has said so, Lang Ying will naturally obey. After learning that Duan Ling Tian had become a guardian of Zoroastrianism, Frigid Eagle knew that his complaint was in vain. As a guardian of Zoroastrianism, he had a certain degree of immunity in Zoroastrianism. Duan Ling Tian had a grudge against the Dong father and son. Even if Duan Ling Tian didn't have any enmity with the Dong family's father and son, and killed them for no reason, with his identity as a guardian, he could still turn today's matter into a small one, and a small one into nothing. For Zoroastrianism, the importance of a guardian was not something that the father and son of the Dong family could compare to. For people like the father and son of the Dong family, It was insignificant even if there were 4 or 8 of them. However, the loss of a guardian was equivalent to a serious blow to Zoroastrianism. Guardian Ling Tian, Hall Master Long, both of you are the pillars of Zoroastrianism. I'll make the decision for today's matter. Both of you will let this matter rest. What do you think? At some point, Tang Xian's gaze had shifted between Duan Ling Tian and Long Ying. Although his voice sounded calm, there was no room for doubt. Duan Ling Tian and Ice Hawk could not help but feel chills running down their spines. Sect leader, you're overthinking things. I have no intention of instigating enmity with Hall Master Long. Duan Ling Tian replied. In fact, he had no intention of instigating enmity with Ice Hawk. The reason he had a conflict with Ice Hawk earlier was because Ice Hawk had interfered in the conflict between him and the father and son of the Dong family. Now that the father and son of the Dong family were dead, he could not be bothered with Ice Hawk as long as he did not provoke him. Don't worry, sect leader. I know what I'm doing. Following Duan Ling Tian's words, Long Ying did not dare to hesitate as well. After Ice Hawk finished speaking, he bade farewell to Tang Xian and left. From the beginning until the end, he did not pay any attention to Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he was unwilling to befriend Duan Ling Tian, even if he did not incur enmity with Duan Ling Tian. His actions were more like a form of silent defiance. Tang Xian frowned when he saw this. In the end, he did not make a move. He could understand Ice Hawk's feelings. Perhaps, Ice Hawk could coexist peacefully with Duan Ling Tian now. However, it would take some time for him to get along with Duan Ling Tian. Some things could not be rushed. Guardian Ling Tian, you told Hall Master Long earlier that you were looking for me? Tang Xian asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he went straight to the point and said, Sect leader, I'm friends with Ganru Yin, Guardian Xinghua's direct disciple. I heard that she's currently in your cultivation place. May I know if you can allow her to come out and catch up with me? Guardian Ling Tian, this is only a small matter. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when Tang Xian reached this part of his sentence. A smile appeared on his face. However, Guardian Ling Tian, I'm afraid you've come at a bad time. Recently, Ru Yin has been in closed-door cultivation. Moreover, it's a closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid she won't be coming out anytime soon. For this reason, Guardian Ling Tian, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while before you can catch up with her. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he heard Tang Xian's words. The light in his eyes dimmed, and the smile on his face froze. He did not expect Tang Xian to say something like that. Closed-door cultivation? Naturally, he did not believe it. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? However, what could he do even if he did not believe it? At this moment, if he were to be too rash and advance rashly, then it would undoubtedly be counterproductive. Closed-door cultivation? If that's the case, I'll catch up with her after she comes out of closed-door cultivation. Duan Ling Tian tried his best to calm himself down when he spoke again. Since he could not meet Ganru Yin, Duan Ling Tian felt helpless even though he knew his wife and daughter were in the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. It seems like I'll have to think of another way. To avoid arousing Tang Xian's suspicion, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Tang Xian before he turned around and left without looking back. Could it be my misperception? Tang Xian could not help but frown slightly when he saw Duan Ling Tian's behavior. It seems like it was just my imagination. The reason I had such an impression is because he's also from the WCI subterranean and Ganru Yin knows him. Earlier, when Tang Xian had used his divine consciousness to cover the entire Zoroastrianism, he had learned that Duan Ling Tian had gone to the law enforcement hall to look for Ganru Yin. He thought of the daughter of the saint of Zoroastrianism and a man from the lower province. When he first met Duan Ling Tian, he noticed Duan Ling Tian resembled the daughter of the saint of Zoroastrianism. Initially, he did not think much of it. However, when he discovered Duan Ling Tian had gone to the law enforcement hall to look for Ganru Yin, a thought appeared in his mind. Chapter 2190. Naturally, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, only suspected Duan Ling Tian. Everything was too much of a coincidence. When Duan Ling Tian left without any hesitation, even Tang Xian wondered if he was mistaken. I hope you're not. Otherwise, Tang Xian muttered to himself. A frightening cold light flashed across Tang Xian's eyes as he muttered to himself. The coldness was like a blade that could destroy anything. If Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism, he could force Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath to verify his suspicions. However, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism. He was a guardian of Zoroastrianism. As a guardian, Duan Lingtian was the pillar of Zoroastrianism. Even if Tang Xian suspected Duan Lingtian and was more powerful than Duan Lingtian, he could not force Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath. After all, he was not even sure if his suspicions were correct. It would be fine if he was right. However, if he was wrong, he would disappoint Guardian Lingtian of Zoroastrianism. In fact, Zoroastrianism might even lose this guardian in the future. Moreover, they would lose the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that could restrain the devil clans. The devil clans were about to descend. If the Zoroastrianism lost the Devil Seal tablet, it would be equivalent to losing an arm. If it was not necessary, Tang Xian would not allow this to happen. For this reason, Tang Xian would not force Duan Lingtian, who was already a guardian of the fire worship sect, to swear on the lightning penalty oath for something that did not exist before he was completely confident. There's still a long way to go. If he's really the wild man that the saint met in the lower province, he'll reveal himself sooner or later. Tang Xian muttered to himself before he disappeared from where he was and returned to his place of cultivation. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Now that he had left, he was thinking of a way to save Ku Er and his daughter as soon as possible. He was afraid that something would happen if he delayed. After leaving the place where the sect leader of Zoroastrianism cultivated, Duan Lingtian returned to his residence as a true disciple. Everything was familiar to him. The only difference was that his strength and identity had undergone a tremendous change in the past few years. A few years ago, he did not think he would be so powerful. A few years later, he would possess such strength and become a guardian with a lofty position in the fire worship sect. In the next 3 days, the entire Zoroastrianism was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian's return, Duan Lingtian's actions in the White Tiger Sanctum, and Duan Lingtian's actions in the Enforcement Hall. Duan Lingtian had returned to Zoroastrianism after a few years. As soon as he returned, he trespassed in the White Tiger Sanctum. When he was stopped by the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, he easily defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. After that, Duan Lingtian trespassed in the Enforcement Hall. First, he killed Elder Dong Lin of the Enforcement Hall. Then, he killed Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, in front of Hall Master Long Ying. Most importantly, Long Ying's cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Once such explosive news spread, it naturally caused a huge commotion. As far as I know, Hall Master Long Ying of our Enforcement Hall has mastered many divine abilities and techniques. Even Guardian Hong Yun said that she might not be a match for Hall Master Long Ying once he breaks through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's true. I remember Guardian Hong Yun saying that as well. Rumor has it that Duan Lingtian defeated Hall Master Long Ying with just 3 strikes. He defeated Hall Master Long Ying with just 3 strikes? It seems like the news from Sin City is true. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's current strength, it's not impossible for him to kill Siekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. That's right. In terms of strength, Siekong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, is slightly weaker than Guardian Hong Yun of Zoroastrianism. Since senior brother Duan Lingtian defeated Hall Master Long Ying with just 3 strikes, it's only natural that he'll be able to kill Hall Master Long Ying with just 3 strikes. News of Zoroastrianism spread from top to bottom. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had demonstrated his unparalleled strength. I can't believe there's such a person among the true disciples of Zoroastrianism. He's a monster. That's right. In the history of Zoroastrianism, there hasn't been such a powerful true disciple before, right? There is an age limit for true disciples, and senior Duan Lingtian hasn't exceeded that limit yet. He's already at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at such a young age. Even if Pei Si Hai, the strongest prodigy in the Tao Martial Saintland, broke through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before the age of 100, he's nothing compared to senior brother Ling Tian, right? Humph. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian from our Zoroastrianism is the true number 1 prodigy in the Tao martial saint land. At some point, someone had compared Pei Si Hai, the number 1 prodigy in the Tao martial saint land, to Duan Ling Tian. However, he discovered that, even if Pei Si Hai's cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, when he was not even 100 years old, it was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was not even 50 years old, but his cultivation base was already comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could Pei Si Hai compare to him? There was no comparison at all. The number 1 prodigy in the Tao martial saint land. For a time, everyone in the Zoroastrianism regarded Duan Ling Tian as the number 1 prodigy in the Tao martial saint land. The number 1 prodigy in the Tao martial saint land? In the cultivation place of Sanctum leader Lu Tai in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Bu Hong was so angry that he almost fainted when he learned about Duan Ling Tian's deeds. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would be so powerful. The true disciple who had destroyed his innate spiritual root in the past actually possessed such a terrifying strength when he returned. From today onward, you'd better forget about the enmity between you and him. Otherwise, you'll only be asking for trouble. Even Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had no choice but to lower his head in front of Duan Ling Tian. What a joke. Duan Ling Tian could suppress the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his palm, let alone someone like him whose strength was only on par with the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. With Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, he was already stronger than Lu Tai. He would only be stronger in the future. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's actions in the enforcement hall made Lu Tai realize that Duan Ling Tian was not a merciful person. If he and Bu Hong continued to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian, they would most likely end up like the Dong clan's father and son. I understand, Master, Bu Hong said as he lowered his head. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that he was filled with resentment. In his eyes, there was still a strong sense of unwillingness and sternness. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye. 3 days later, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, appeared in the central square of the Saint Island. Naturally, it shocked everyone on the Saint Island. A group of Saint Land disciples swarmed into the central square like a swarm of bees. After all, this was the first time the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect had made an appearance after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Lord Sect Leader. Lord Sect Leader. The group of Saint Land disciples in the central square was extremely excited when they saw Tang Xian. At the same time, many people noticed 2 people following behind Tang Xian. Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized them. It's Hall Master Long Ying and senior brother Duan Ling Tian from the enforcement hall. The 2 people standing behind Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Long Ying. Silence. After Tang Xian spoke, the huge central square immediately turned completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Amidst the silence, Tang Xian went straight to the point and made an announcement. I, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, hereby announce that from today onward, the Zoroastrianism sect leader will have 2 new guardians. They will be Guardian Ling Tian and Guardian Long Ying. Tang Xian's words made it clear to all the Zoroastrianism disciples and high-ranking officials present on the scene. From today onward, the Zoroastrianism sect leader would no longer have 3 guardians. There would be 5 new guardians. As soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, he passed the identity tokens that belonged to the Zoroastrianism guardians to Duan Ling Tian and Long Ying. When the 2 of them were crowned, an uproar broke out among the crowd. The entire place was in an uproar. Many of the people present on the scene were mentally prepared for this. However, they could not help but feel excited when they witnessed this grand occasion. After a while, the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect, led by the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders, also stepped forward to greet and congratulate Duan Ling Tian. Greetings, Guardian Ling Tian. Congratulations, Guardian Ling Tian. Greetings, Guardian Ling Tian. Congratulations, Guardian Ling Tian. There were many familiar faces among the people who congratulated Duan Ling Tian. For example, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elders Guoxiong and Ting Shan, the Palace of Death's Custodian Ye Zue, and some of the Enforcement Hall's elders were standing at the back to congratulate him. The reason they were standing at the back was because their positions were too low compared to the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect who were standing at the front. Apart from the two vice-sect leaders, the rest of the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders were all Golden Flame Elders. This included Lu Qing, the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, and Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum whom Duan Ling Tian had defeated 3 days ago. Duan Ling Tian nodded calmly when he heard the greetings and congratulations from the group of people. Although he had a calm expression on his face, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. These people in front of him were people he had to look up to in the past. Chapter 2191. In fact, at this time, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who felt as if a lifetime had passed. A group of Zoroastrianism leaders who bowed to Duan Ling Tian while congratulating him for becoming a guardian. Whether or not they had met Duan Ling Tian in the past, they all felt as if they were in another world. A few years ago, Duan Ling Tian was only a true disciple in Zoroastrianism. No matter how outstanding he was still only a true disciple. Who would have thought only a few years had passed, and the true disciple of the past had already become so powerful. He had even become the protector of the Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, the status of the protector was second only to the supreme leader. It could be said that he was below only one person and above all others. Elder Guoxiong, the promise I made back then is still valid. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, feel free to ask. Duan Ling Tian said to Guoxiong, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, through voice transmission. Back then, when he asked Guoxiong to help him send Zhu Luqi away, he had promised Guoxiong that he would repay the favor in the future. Thank you, Ling Tian. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, Guoxiong was a little flattered and quickly thanked him with a slightly excited tone. After all, the current Duan Ling Tian was no longer the ordinary disciple of Zoroastrianism. Right now, Duan Ling Tian was a figure of Zoroastrianism, second only to one and above all. He knew very well in his heart the promise Duan Ling Tian made to him was a priceless treasure. After the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism bowed and congratulated Duan Ling Tian, they looked at the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Lung Ying, and bowed to him as well. From the order in which they bowed and congratulated him, it could be seen that, in their eyes, Duan Ling Tian's status was undoubtedly higher. The reason for this was naturally because they had heard that Duan Ling Tian had defeated Icehawk with 3 strikes 3 days ago. They knew very well that Duan Ling Tian was far stronger than Icehawk. This was a world where the strong were respected, so it was understandable for them to do so. At the very least, Frigid Eagle did not show any dissatisfaction. In this regard, he was very self-aware. Senior Brother Lu Yun, Senior Brother Lu Mu, long time no see. While the disciples of Zoroastrianism bowed and congratulated Lung Ying, Duan Ling Tian's gaze locked onto 2 people among the disciples of the Holy Land. Lu Yun, Lu Mu. The 2 of them were also his few friends in Zoroastrianism. When Lu Mu and Lu Yun heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, they could not help but feel emotional. They were so emotional that they were at a loss for words. Junior Brother Ling Tian did not forget about them. I'll look for both of you for a drink later. When Lu Mu and Lu Yun were so emotional that they were at a loss for words, Duan Ling Tian sent them another voice transmission. Now that he had dealt with the Dong clan's father and son, coupled with his current status in Zoroastrianism, he no longer had to worry about anyone venting their anger on the Lu brothers because of him. For this reason, they no longer had to pretend that they were no longer friends. Although the sect leader of Zoroastrianism was still a threat, even if he were to vent his anger on the sect leader of Zoroastrianism for rescuing Kerr and her daughter, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would not lower himself to deal with the Lu brothers. No matter what, the Lu brothers were still disciples of Zoroastrianism. On this day, news of the addition of 2 new guardians to the Zoroastrianism spread like wildfire. It did not take long for the news to spread throughout the western region. Duan Ling Tian, a guardian of the Saint sect? It's said that one must have a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint celestial stage or above to become a guardian of the Saint sect. Lung Ying, the hall master of the Saint sect's enforcement hall, only became a guardian because he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base. I heard that Duan Lingtian defeated Lung Ying in 3 strikes not long ago. Heavens! It has only been a few years, but Duan Lingtian has become so strong? It seems like the news from Sin City is true. Duan Lingtian must have really killed one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sun, with 3 strikes. In the Western region, one could hear people exclaiming about Duan Lingtian everywhere. Naturally, there were other voices as well. For example, there were voices praising Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The sect leader of the Saint sect is wise. He personally announced that he would invite Duan Lingtian to return so that the Saint sect would have another guardian. Moreover, he's so strong that he's not any weaker than Guardian Zifeng, the leader of the Saint sect's 3 great guardians. That's right. Lord Sect leader of the Saint sect is really wise. When everyone was doubting the news of Duan Lingtian killing Xiekong Sun, he personally announced that he would invite Duan Lingtian to return. He's really wise. Not only is the sect leader of the Saint sect wise, but his cultivation base has also broken through to the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage, the celestial ascension form. Under the leadership of him and the 5 guardians, the Saint sect will definitely reach new heights. It's not impossible for it to surpass the other 2 great sects. As the news of Zoroastrianism spread, the entire Western region was in an uproar. This news shook the entire Western region, and at the same time, it also began to spread outside. The central, southern, and northern regions were the first to fall. Duan Lingtian has returned to Zoroastrianism? I heard that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, personally announced that he would return. I'm afraid the news of the Supreme Saint ranking has just spread to the Western region. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, actually invited Duan Lingtian to return when everyone doubted Duan Lingtian's strength. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, is really wise, right? Wise? I don't think so. I think he invited Duan Lingtian back because of the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Why do you say that? Didn't he say he's willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he won't let anyone, including himself, lay their hands on the Devil Seal tablet? It's true that he won't let anyone lay their hands on it. However, once the Devil clans invade, I'm sure he'll be able to borrow the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian, right? With the Devil Seal tablet, Zoroastrianism will be like a tiger that has grown wings when the Devil clans invade in the future. Compared to the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian's strength in the Western region, the news of the Supreme Saint ranking had spread far and wide. People in other places had already confirmed that Duan Lingtian had killed Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. For this reason, they were not surprised by the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed in Zoroastrianism. However, they were surprised that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had personally invited Duan Lingtian back. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had also returned to Zoroastrianism. At the same time, the new Supreme Saint ranking had also spread to the Western region. The person who was originally ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, the Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was killed by Duan Lingtian with 3 strikes in Sin City. Many people who were present at the scene can testify that if Duan Lingtian did not intentionally spare Xiekong Sun might not even be able to withstand 1 strike from Duan Lingtian. After killing Xiekong Sun, Duan Lingtian replaced him and became the powerhouse who was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was the new Supreme Saint rankings information regarding the 18th place. The Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was really killed by Duan Lingtian. Even the new Supreme Saint ranking has sorted out this matter. It can't be fake, Yifutian said. Hermph. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, let alone being ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, he can easily enter the top 15 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Indeed. After all, there's news that Duan Lingtian's strength is not only stronger than Guardian Lingying from the Saint sect, but he's also stronger than Guardian Hong Yuan from the Saint sect. Guardian Hong Yuan is ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. When the new Supreme Saint ranking was spread to the Western region, there were many similar discussions in the Western region. The Western region was in an uproar again. Based on Guardian Ling Tian's achievements at such a young age, he can be considered as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. That's right. Even Pei Si Hai, who's widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land, can't compare to Guardian Ling Tian at all. Guardian Ling Tian is the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. As time passed, not only did the people in the Western region acknowledge Duan Ling Tian as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land, but even people from other places also agreed with this statement. After all, they were 100% certain about Duan Ling Tian's background. He's not even 50 years old, and he's already so accomplished. Guardian Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism can be considered as a peerless monster. In the history of the Dao Martial Saint land, I don't think there's anyone as monstrous as him, right? Even the Sword Saint from back then seemed to be slightly inferior to him when compared to his achievements at such a young age. The Zoroastrianism is in luck this time. They found a treasure. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Since Duan Ling Tian has returned to Zoroastrianism, it's only natural that our Zhuangzi Buddhism won't let the matter of him killing Siakong Sun, the Karmapa of our Zhuangzi Buddhism. That's right. If our Zhuangzi Buddhism doesn't pursue this matter, the world might think that our Zhuangzi Buddhism is afraid of the Zoroastrianism. We must avenge the Golden Lion King. The Zhuangzi Buddhism was not calm as well. Although they had confirmed that one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, had died in the hands of Duan Ling Tian, they did not know where Duan Ling Tian was. Due to this reason, there was no way they could seek revenge. Now that they found out that Duan Ling Tian had returned to Zoroastrianism and had even become a guardian of Zoroastrianism. Chapter 2192. When the higher-ups of Zhuangzi Buddhism began to make a ruckus, things got out of hand. In the end, it even alerted the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The sect leader of the Black Kshetra sect was a skinny old man dressed in black. He stood there like a dried corpse draped in black. He gave off an eerie vibe. In particular, the black clothes he was wearing were embroidered with extremely terrifying skulls, which gave people an inexplicable pressure. In any case, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism did not look like a normal person at all. At this moment, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked for the 2 remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He said to the 2 Karmapa, if we don't resolve this matter, I'm afraid the elders and disciples won't agree to it. Moreover, they're right. Now that Duan Ling Tian has returned to Zoroastrianism, if Zhuangzi Buddhism doesn't do anything, not only will it disappoint the elders and disciples, but it'll also become a laughingstock. When the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism reached the end of his sentence, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. From this, one could see how much the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism hated Duan Ling Tian. In fact, it was understandable. After all, Siakong Sun, who was killed by Duan Ling Tian, was one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King. He was one of the pillars of Zhuangzi Buddhism. 3 years ago, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Greenback King, Wei Suo, had died in the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. Due to this, the Zhuangzi Buddhism had lost a great general. Wei Suo's death was due to greed. Even if the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism regretted allowing Wei Suo to enter that place, he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. However, the death of Siakong Sun, the Golden Lion King, was different. He was killed by someone. Furthermore, that person had a name and a surname. Furthermore, he knew all the details about that person. Duan Ling Tian was one of the lucky ones who obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in the lower province. However, the Devil Seal Tablet was taken away by Zhuangzi Buddhism's elder, Siakong Sun Buddhism. After that, he came to the upper province and joined Zoroastrianism. After he joined Zoroastrianism, he created many legends and legends. It did not take him long before he became a prodigy. After that, Duan Ling Tian left the fire worship sect and killed Xiezong to take back the Devil Seal tablet. Then, there was the matter of the trap left behind by the three eminent celestials from the Devil clans. The trap that killed many powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland seemed to have benefited Duan Ling Tian. In just 3 years, Duan Ling Tian had become extremely powerful. He even killed Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Without waiting for the 2 Karmapa to respond, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism continued. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian must have many secrets as well. For example, how did he survive the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils? His strength, how did he obtain such an exaggerated increase in a short span of 3 years? Is his increase in strength due to the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils? If it's related, we can try to pry this secret out of his mouth. If his experience that can be called a fortuitous encounter can be replicated, our strength might be greatly improved because of this. When the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect reached the end of his sentence, a hint of greed could be heard in his voice. The eyes of the 2 remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, brightened when they heard his words. The Violet Dragon King was a woman. She was the only woman among the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. She was the leader of the 4 great Karmapa and the current leader of the 2 great Karmapa. She was wearing a purple robe. Although it was not the skin-tight type, it was still difficult to conceal her graceful figure. Her beautiful long hair draped behind her back. Although there was a purple veil covering her face, one could faintly guess that her face under the veil must be peerlessly beautiful from her pair of delicate eyebrows and beautiful eyes. She exuded a cold aura as she stood there. It was as though she was unapproachable. The White Tiger King was a muscular young man. He was also the leader of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. His strength was second only to the Violet Dragon King among the 4 great Karmapa. Naturally, many people in Zhuangzi Buddhism felt that the Violet Dragon King's strength was not inferior to the Violet Dragon King. In fact, the White Tiger King was not inferior to the Violet Dragon King. The reason why he let the Amethyst Dragon King win so many times was because he was deliberately letting the Amethyst Dragon King win. It was not a secret in the Black Kshetra sect that he liked the Violet Dragon King. He had been in love with her for many years. The White Tiger King was a handsome and cheerful young man. He was dressed in a loose white robe. His eyebrows were straight, and he exuded a majestic aura. He stood there like a crouching tiger. He exuded a strong sense of deterrence. Sect leader, our Zhuangzi Buddhism can't swallow this humiliation. Whether it's to prevent the elders and disciples from being disappointed, or to prevent outsiders from saying that our Zhuangzi Buddhism is inferior to Zoroastrianism, or to prevent the Duan Ling Tian from revealing the secret. The Violet Dragon King was the first to express her opinion. A hint of greed could be seen in the depth of her eyes when she expressed her opinion. Indeed. The White Tiger King expressed his agreement with the Violet Dragon King. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism did not care about the White Tiger King's opinion. When the Violet Dragon King expressed her opinion, he already knew the outcome of his visit to the 2 Karmapa. This was because the White Tiger King had always followed the Violet Dragon King's lead. Since both Karmapa agree to go to Zoroastrianism and question the Duan Ling Tian, why don't both Karmapa come with me to visit the Supreme Elder? The Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King and said in a slightly hurried tone. And this was also his ultimate goal. He wanted to go with the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism to visit the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and ask him to personally go to Zoroastrianism to question the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. They needed the Supreme Elder's help because of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had recently broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. In the entire Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Supreme Elder was the only one who could stop him. If the Supreme Elder did not accompany them to go to Zoroastrianism to question the Duan Ling Tian, they would not be able to achieve anything. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism knew this very well. All right, the Violet Dragon King nodded. Then, she and the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism went to visit the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. She knew very well. If they wanted to go to Zoroastrianism to question the Duan Lingtian, they would need the Supreme Elder's help. Otherwise, Zoroastrianism would not be able to do anything. The White Tiger King, naturally, followed closely behind the Violet Dragon King when he saw the Violet Dragon King making her move. Zhuangzi Buddhism was different from Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, the sect leader was the most respected person. In Zhuangzi Buddhism, the sect leader did not have much of a presence. At the very least, he did not have much of a presence in front of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the two Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King. This was because the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was only ranked 4th in Zhuangzi Buddhism. His cultivation base was only at the peak of the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King were both at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he was even more powerful. He was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking. His strength was only inferior to Niewu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint land. Since the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the two remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism had personally made a move, it was only natural that they managed to invite the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism to help them. Soon after, a group of people flew out of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate and headed west at an extremely fast speed. Their destination was Zoroastrianism in the western region. The group of powerhouses from Zhuangzi Buddhism made their way out in a grandiose manner. Their target was the Zoroastrianism and the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this as the person involved. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically because of a piece of news that he'd just obtained. Xiling will be executed in 3 months? Duan Lingtian had just heard the news that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had announced to the public. Tang Xian and Ker's daughter, Duan Xiling, would be executed in 3 months. 3 months? It's not enough. It's not enough at all. Duan Lingtian was so anxious that his expression was so dark that it looked like it could drip water. Even if he entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and cultivated with all his might, it would still be impossible for him to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 months. If he could not break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it would be impossible for him to rescue Ker and their daughter using the most direct method. I have to think of a way. I have to rescue Ker and our daughter within 3 months. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt extremely depressed. He was on the verge of going crazy. His daughter, whom he had never met, was going to be executed in 3 months' time. Until now, he had not thought of a way to save her. As a father, he was useless. He was too useless. Duan Lingtian wanted to go out and get some fresh air, so he left his residence and made his way to the Saint Island aimlessly. Whoosh! At this moment, a person flew over from the Saint Island and met Duan Lingtian face to face. Chapter 2193. The woman who was approaching Duan Lingtian was none other than Wen Yin, the other direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. She was also the one who reported Gan Ru Yin. It was precisely because of her report that Ku and her mother were discovered by the people from the Law Enforcement Hall and were even imprisoned. Later on, Duan Lingtian came to Zoroastrianism and learned that Ker and her daughter were imprisoned by the Enforcement Hall because of her report. Due to this reason, he taught her a lesson and formed an enmity between them. Her senior brother, Bu Hong, had stood up for her and had his innate spiritual root crippled by Duan Lingtian. Her master did not even have the time to stand up for her 2 direct disciples when Duan Lingtian had already left the fire worship sect. When Duan Lingtian returned, her master no longer had the chance to avenge his 2 direct disciples. This was because when Duan Lingtian returned, he was already strong enough to make her master bow down to him. Duan Lingtian. When Yan's complexion turned pale when she saw the young man who was getting closer and closer to her. Her delicate body began to tremble violently due to fear. The young man was dressed in purple. He did not wear the uniform of a Zoroastrianism elder or disciple. Due to this reason, he was particularly eye-catching. However, Wen Yan's attention was not on the young man's casual attire, but his face. Although she had only seen his face once in a portrait, it had left a deep impression on her. Now that she saw him again, it was as though she had seen a ghost. Duan Lingtian returned to Zoroastrianism after Lord Sect Leader personally announced his return. With his strength, he became a guardian of Zoroastrianism. After Duan Lingtian returned to Zoroastrianism, he defeated the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum and the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. He even defeated the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum after he broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and his son, Dong Lin, were killed by Duan Lingtian. Dong Yuanjin was killed in front of the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Wen Yin had learned about this from the Saint Island after she came out of closed-door cultivation. She had been in closed-door cultivation for quite some time, so she was unaware of what had happened after Duan Lingtian had escaped from the trap left behind by the 3 imminent devils. Her understanding of Duan Lingtian was still the same as it was a few years ago. She did not expect that she would be in closed-door cultivation. She only went into seclusion for a while, and when she came out again, the outside world had already changed. Currently, Duan Lingtian had grown to a point where even her master, Lu Tai, the Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, was no match for him. She had completely given up on the thought of taking revenge on Duan Lingtian that she had been hiding in the depths of her heart. She was no longer on the same level as Duan Lingtian. She was no longer qualified to be Duan Lingtian's enemy. However, Wen Yin would never have dreamed that she would be so unlucky. She had just returned from the Saint Island when she bumped into Duan Lingtian. When she thought about how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, she felt as though her legs were filled with lead. She could not move at all. Wen Yin? Duan Lingtian noticed Wen Yin at the same time. He didn't expect to run into the woman who had reported Gan Ru Yin in the past when he was just out for a walk. When he thought about how Kerr and her daughter were imprisoned by the Law Enforcement Hall, Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately turned cold, causing Wen Yin to feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her face turned pale from fright, and her body trembled even more violently. Suddenly, humph! With a cold snort, the Sun Saint Qi in Duan Lingtian's body surged as a powerful aura burst out of his body and swept towards Wen Yin. Immediately, Wen Yin was suppressed by this aura, and her body trembled even more violently. At the same time, her face became even paler, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Almost at the same time she vomited blood, Wen Yin also knelt down in the void, trembling as she kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and begged for mercy. Protector Lingtian, spare me, spare me. She knew very well in her heart. Even if Duan Lingtian killed her, it would be a trivial matter, and no one would pursue the matter. Although she was a true disciple of Zoroastrianism, she was not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian, the protector of Zoroastrianism. In terms of importance in Zoroastrianism, even 100 of her could not be compared to one Duan Lingtian. Faced with Wen Yan's kowtowing and begging for mercy, Duan Lingtian could not help but look disgusted. In the end, he did not kill her. He moved his body, stepped into the void, and passed by Wen Yin, who was kneeling on the ground. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian passed by Wen Yin like a gust of wind, Wen Yan's heart was in her mouth, and she was extremely nervous. If Duan Lingtian struck her, she would be crippled even if she did not die. She only sighed in relief when Duan Lingtian passed by her and disappeared into the distance. At the same time, she felt a chill run down her spine. She was so frightened that she broke out in cold sweat. I'll take your innate talent as a punishment for you. This was the thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he passed by Wen Yin. As it turned out, when Duan Lingtian passed by Wen Yin, he had used his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and his spiritual energy to instantly remove Wen Yan's innate spiritual root from her soul and devour it. This was a technique that Duan Lingtian had mastered after his cultivation base had broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heavenly soul form, and his soul had undergone a major transformation. Currently, he could take away the innate spiritual root of someone whose soul was weaker than him. Moreover, he would not be discovered by his opponent at all. when Yin was only a martial cultivator at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. There was a huge gap between her soul and his. With his current soul, he could silently devour the soul of someone below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, this would consume a lot of his spiritual energy. For example, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy when he devoured Wen Yan's innate spiritual root. If he had used violence to take Wen Yan's innate spiritual root, he would not have needed to consume so much spiritual energy since he did not need it at all. Naturally, Wen Yan was unaware of this. It's a good thing he didn't make a move on me. Otherwise, I would have died. After Duan Ling Tian left, Wen Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. She looked as though she had just survived a disaster. However, a hint of viciousness could be seen in the depth of her eyes. It was as though she wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Naturally, there was a hint of unwillingness in her eyes as well. He's going to execute the Saint Girl's daughter in 3 months? That little girl is really pitiful. She didn't do anything wrong, but she has to pay with her life. She can only blame herself for not being born into a good family. I hope she'll be born into a good family in her next life. Lord Sect Leader is really strange. Isn't the Saint Girl the one who committed the crime? Why hasn't he announced the Saint Girl's punishment yet? Why did he announce the execution of the Saint Girl's daughter? After entering the Saint Island, Duan Lingtian could hear many similar discussions from afar. She was born into the wrong family? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with determination. Sealing, I won't let anything happen to you. Never. At the peak of a snow-capped mountain in the northern region. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was snowing heavily again. Snowflakes fell like feathers, making the snow-capped mountain look as though it was covered in a layer of white. Through the snow-capped mountain, one could vaguely see 2 graceful figures standing at the peak of the snow-capped mountain. Although the snow was falling heavily, it seemed to be repelled by an invisible force when it got close to the 2 figures. It was difficult to touch their clothes, let alone their bodies. These were 2 peerless beauties. Their temperaments were extraordinary, and each of them was unique in their own way. The 2 of them stood side by side at the peak of the snow-capped mountain. It was as though everything around them paled in comparison to them. Sister Tian Wu, Brother Ling Tian is so powerful. He actually killed one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sun. Xiekong Sun was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. One of the women had a mischievous expression on her face. 2 cute dimples could be seen on her cheeks. It was so adorable that one could not help but want to hug her cheeks and take a bite out of them. Initially, I thought I'd be able to surpass Brother Ling Tian after my strength was raised by the 6 absolutes, heaven-defying, fate-changing grand formation. However, it seems like I was dreaming. The woman sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. What's wrong? Xuanai, do you really want to surpass Elder Brother Duan so badly? The other woman in fiery red clothes could not help but look at the woman beside her and ask with a smile when she heard the words of the woman beside her. Of course not. The woman called Xuanai shook her head and said solemnly, In my heart, Brother Ling Tian has always been the strongest. Even the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, is not a match for him. Upon hearing this, the other woman couldn't help but be startled. Then, an even wider smile appeared on her face. Sister Tian Wu, why are you smiling? The woman in front asked with a frown. Nothing. I'm just thinking that if Elder Brother Duan finds out about your current innate talent and strength, he'll definitely be shocked. The other woman shook her head and smiled as she changed the topic. There were some things that she could not say since she had made a promise to someone. Based on the way the 2 women addressed each other, it was obvious who they were. They were none other than Han Xuanai and Feng Tianwu. Chapter 2194. On the mountainside of the snow-capped peak, a loud and clear voice rang out, with a hint of excitement in it. Nangong Chun, Nangong Yi, both of you have heard about Duan Lingtian, right? A young man with a slightly sturdy body flew over from the distance and arrived in front of the other 2 young men in just a blink of an eye. The other 2 young men looked exactly the same. It was obvious that they were twins. After the sturdy young man finished speaking, he did not wait for the twins to speak before he continued to say, "Let me tell you, that's my junior brother Ling Tian." The more the sturdy young man spoke, the more excited he became. It was as though he was afraid others would not know he knew Ling Tian. This sturdy young man was none other than Gu Li, who had come to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with Ling Tian. Not only did Gu Li come to the upper province with Ling Tian, but they had even joined the sect of Zoroastrianism. However, due to the inheritance of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the seven absolute sect, he left the sect of Zoroastrianism. He was so lucky to have become the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the seven absolute sect. Initially, I thought I'd be stronger than junior brother Ling Tian since I managed to obtain the inheritance from the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the seven absolute sect, and my fate was changed by the six absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. I didn't expect him to surpass me again. Gu Li thought to himself when he heard the news about Ling Tian becoming a guardian of Zoroastrianism, ranking 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and being widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he was happy for Ling Tian as well. He even went to look for the Nangong brothers, the successors of the seven absolute sect's Didymus progeny, and told them he knew Ling Tian. There was a hint of flaunting in his words. He was bragging that he knew Ling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism who was widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. You know Ling Tian too? However, Gu Li would never have dreamt that his boastful words would receive such a response. You know Ling Tian too? Nangong Yi's words echoed in Gu Li's ears, causing Gu Li to be dumbfounded. You don't know junior brother Ling Tian, do you? Gu Li looked at Nangong Yi and then at Nangong Chen. He was dumbfounded. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Of course. Nangong Yi replied immediately, both of us have known Ling Tian since we were on the mortal continent in the WCI subterranean. We even know all of his friends and family. However, I don't think I've ever heard him mention you. Gu Li? Nangong Yi looked at Gu Li skeptically before he asked solemnly, Gu Li, don't tell me you're bragging? I've never heard Ling Tian mention you before. Gu Li was stunned when he heard Nangong Yi's words. He was so angry that his face turned red. Nangong Yi said he was bragging? Bragging. Just as Gu Li was about to say something with a flushed face, Nangong Chen finally opened his mouth and said, as if his words were as precious as gold. Gu Li was so angry that he almost threw up blood. I'm the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the seven absolute sect. Is there a need for me to brag? Gu Li asked with a red face. That's not necessarily true. Nangong Yi shook his head and continued to look at Gu Li skeptically. It was as though he was certain Gu Li was bragging. Nangong Chen nodded as well. Suddenly, Gu Li felt as if he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. At the same time, he tried to explain himself. He wanted to prove that he was not bragging. After Gu Li had spoken for a long time, all right, I'll stop teasing you. Nangong Yi interrupted Gu Li and laughed heartily. In the end, it seemed as though he was about to cry. It was obvious that he had been holding back his laughter for a long time. Upon seeing this, Gu Li was confused. He did not know what Nangong Yi meant. Gu Li, although we haven't met before, I've heard about you. I know you're from the lower province's mystical sky mansion, and you're Ling Tian's senior brother. Moreover, you've spent some time in the Azure Cloud Mansion's Azure Cloud platform. Nangong Yi said with a smile. However, not long after we arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, you left the lower province with Ling Tian and came to the upper province. For this reason, we haven't had the chance to meet. Previously, after Ling Tian had brought them to the Azure Cloud Mansion from Windfall Nation, they had left the Azure Cloud Mansion and came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. So all of you are the family and friends that junior brother Ling Tian brought to the Azure Cloud Mansion from afar before he left the upper province. I only heard from junior brother Ling Tian that he brought a group of family and friends to the Azure Cloud Mansion, but I didn't know all of you were among them. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, realization dawned on Gu Li. At the same time, he glared at Nangong Yi. Then why did you say you've never heard of me? Are you kidding me? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Nangongyi smiled. Nangong-chun, it's fine if your brother is just kidding, but I really can't tell that even someone as serious as you is so shameless. Gu Li glared at Nangong-chun. You're too stupid. Nangong-chun continued to be a man of few words. However, when these 3 words entered Gu Li's ears, it caused blood to rush to Gu Li's head. He said angrily, Nangong-chun, are you trying to pick a fight? Are you trying to fight me, Gu Li? If you want to fight, let's fight. Nangong-chun refused to back down. Coincidentally, our Didymus progeny wants to change positions as well. We'll replace your Kratos progeny and become the new 3 absolutes of the 7 absolutes sect. It was rare for Nangong-chun to speak so much. However, these words rendered Gu Li speechless. Nangong-chun, can you be a little more shameless? I want to fight you one-on-one. Do you understand? What does this have to do with your Didymus progeny? Gu Li, naturally, understood the meaning behind Nangong-chun's words. Nangong-chun intended to fight him together with Nangong-yi. Both Nangong-chun and Nangong-yi were no match for him in a one-on-one battle. However, if both of them attacked him together, he knew he was no match for them. I think it's a good idea. I also think the 3 absolutes sounds better than the 6 absolutes. Nangong-yi, who was standing at the side, also nodded solemnly. Shameless. Gu Li cursed and left in a huff. Perhaps he might be able to fight Nangong-chun and Nangong-yi in the future. However, for now, he was still lacking. Regarding this, he was well aware of his own limits. If he lost the 3 absolutes in a fit of anger, not only would the ancestors of the Kratos progeny who were already buried in the ground be angered to death, but those who had ascended to the Devata realms would also be angered to death. After Gu Li left, Nangong-chun and Nangong-yi looked at each other and could not help but laugh. A hint of yearning could be seen in Nangong-yi's eyes. After hearing about the Duan Lingtian's deeds, I also want to leave the northern region and make a name for myself with my current strength. I didn't think half a year was long before, but now I feel like it's too long. I don't know why Senior Uncle Prophet said that we can only leave after half a year. He said that he wanted us to consolidate our cultivation and cultivate our minds. But why do I feel that he purposely picked an auspicious date for us? When Nangong-yi reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but complain. What an old faker. Why do I feel cold all of a sudden? In the next moment, Nangong-yi felt as though the air around him had suddenly turned cold. It was as though he had fallen into an ice cave. He was stunned. Although he was in the middle of a snowy peak, the cold was nothing to him. However, the coldness he felt now did not seem to be the coldness of ordinary weather. He raised his head to look at Nangong-chun to see if Nangong-chun felt the same. However, he noticed that Nangong-chun was trying to signal him with his eyes while looking behind him. He seemed a little flustered. At that moment, he subconsciously turned around to look as well. With just a glance, he saw the graceful and beautiful figure in the distance, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. A woman dressed in a snow-white robe stood in the air nearby. She looked like a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. She, who had an outstanding temperament, caused everything around her to seem to be overshadowed, and at the same time, she also made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. The woman had long hair that reached her waist that fell to her back like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. Although her face was covered by a white veil, her face was flawless. But looking at the other half of her face that was flawless, as if it had been carefully sculpted, it was not hard to imagine that under the white veil, there must be a peerless beauty. She stood there and did not deliberately move, but she was like an ice goddess. She invisibly emitted waves of cold aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop a few degrees. I hope there won't be a next time. A moment later, the white-clothed woman spoke. A very pleasant voice came from under the veil on her face, but it also gave off an ethereal and cold feeling. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in white drifted away. As soon as she left, the temperature in the surroundings returned to normal. At this moment, the Nangong brothers finally heaved a sigh of relief. It's said that the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is not good at fighting. Why do I have a feeling that the tradition of the prophet progeny is going to be broken in this generation? Nangong Yi asked through voice transmission as he looked at Nangong Chun. She's very strong. She's not any weaker than the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny. Nangong Chun replied through voice transmission. His tone was solemn. The feeling she gives me is even more dangerous than the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny. Perhaps it's because the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny is an old friend. Chapter 2195. A group of uninvited guests from the east had arrived in the western region today. After the group of uninvited guests entered the western region, they headed in the same direction without looking back. That direction was where the Zoroastrianism base was located. There were 6 people in the group. Among them, the person leading the group was a very old man. It was as if he had one foot in the coffin. The old man was dressed in a spacious gray robe. He had white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard. The reason he looked like he had one foot in the coffin was because he looked too old. The skin on his face, hands, and other parts of his skin that were exposed were not only full of wrinkles, but there were also many dark spots. If he was an ordinary old man, he would be nearing the end of his lifespan. However, it was precisely this extremely aged old man who seemed to have half a foot in his coffin that flew like a ghost. In fact, other than the red-clothed woman and the white-robed young man who were following closely behind him, the remaining 3 people were being carried by him as he flew. Moreover, with 3 people in tow, his speed was still very fast. It was ridiculously fast. The group of 7 entered the western region at an exaggerated speed and headed toward the Zoroastrianism base. It did not take long for them to arrive at the Zoroastrianism base. When they arrived at the Zoroastrianism base, the group of people led by the old man stopped in their tracks. Zoroastrianism. Looking at the Zoroastrianism base in front of him, a cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. Then, the old man said in a clear voice, Lang Qianjin of Zhuangzi Buddhism, together with the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Purple Dragon King, the White Tiger King, and the 2 vice sect leaders, are here to visit the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. Although the old man's voice was not loud, it seemed to contain magic. Once it was heard, it swept through the entire Zoroastrianism base. Whether it was the people from the 4 symbol sanctums or the inner circle of Zoroastrianism, everyone heard his voice and heard what he said clearly. Lang Qianjin? This name sounds familiar. Inside the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, one of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elders frowned. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Is there a need for it to sound familiar? This person said that he came with the leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Purple Dragon King, and the White Tiger King. This means that his position in Zhuangzi Buddhism is higher than these 3, and in Zhuangzi Buddhism, there is only one person who has a higher position than these 3. As the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder spoke, a hint of dread flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect him to come personally. He must have brought people to Zoroastrianism to avenge one of the 4 Shakyamuni of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King Xiakong's son. This time, I'm afraid that Guardian Ling Tian is doomed. His voice began to tremble as he spoke. You're saying he's the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder narrowed his eyes in shock. After this reminder, he remembered something else. I remember now. Isn't Lang Qianjin the name of the powerhouse who's ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking? He's the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder's expression changed drastically when he recalled this. My goodness, he actually came personally. Moreover, the Purple Dragon King, the White Tiger King, and the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism are with him. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, 2 powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and 1 powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This lineup is the strongest lineup in Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? Originally, Zhuangzi Buddhism had 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They were the Golden Lion King and the Greenback King, who were one of the 4 Shakyamuni of Zhuangzi Buddhism, along with the Purple Dragon King and the White Tiger King. However, the Greenback King died 3 years ago. As for the Golden Lion King, he was killed by Guardian Ling Tian not long ago. This time, all the powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, or above from Zhuangzi Buddhism, have come with ill intentions. With such a powerful lineup, even Lord Sect Leader might not be able to protect Guardian Ling Tian, right? At this moment, apart from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, even the other three sanctums of the four symbol sanctums and the Saintland of Zoroastrianism were shocked by the arrival of Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Lang Qianjin was not just the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in the Tao Martial Saintland, second only to Niewu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saintland. It was obvious such a person had come to Zoroastrianism to denounce them. Many of the ordinary Zoroastrianism elders and disciples were anxious. Lord Sect Leader and Lord Guardians won't fight with the powerhouses from Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? With their strength, it won't be a joke if they fight. Not only will our Zoroastrianism be affected, but will also be affected. That's right. The battle between powerhouses at that level will be earth-shattering. Even if we're far away, I'm afraid we'll be affected as well. Now, we can only hope they won't fight. Unless our Zoroastrianism is willing to hand over Guardian Ling Tian, it's very likely they'll fight. Since Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has personally come, it's enough to show how determined the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism are. Guardian Ling Tian killed the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Golden Lion King is a pillar in Zhuangzi Buddhism. It's fine if Guardian Ling Tian didn't return to our Zoroastrianism, but now that he's back, the Zhuangzi Buddhism definitely won't let this matter go. When the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism arrived, before they could even enter the Zoroastrianism's base, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin's words caused an earth-shattering earthquake in the Zoroastrianism. From this, one could see how powerful Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was. Visit me? When Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, spoke to the entire Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian naturally heard it as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Guardian Lingtian, the sect leader has asked me to summon you. After a while, Duan Lingtian heard a woman's voice from outside. He was no stranger to this voice. It was none other than the only female guardian among the 5 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Hong Yun. Guardian Hong Yun. As soon as Hong Yun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had already flown out of his cultivation place. It was also his residence as a true disciple in the past. Now, although the place where he would cultivate as a protector was under construction, it had yet to be completed. It was easy to set up an island in the sky, but it would take some time to build a mansion on it, even with the help of the Saint Land's elite disciples. Guardian Ling Tian, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism have come with ill intentions. I'm afraid this matter will be a little tricky. Guardian Hong Yun sighed when she saw Duan Ling Tian coming out. I can see that. Duan Ling Tian nodded. How could he not see that? Even the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, who was ranked second on the supreme saint ranking, was here. How could this matter not be tricky? Don't worry. Lord Sect Leader has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. He might not be afraid of Lang Qianjin from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Guardian Hong Yun comforted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded again before he soared into the sky with Hong Yun to look for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he discovered Tang Xin, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was not the only one present. Even the other 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism were present. They were Zifeng, Qinghua, and Long Ying. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian nodded and greeted Tang Xin. Then, he glanced at Zifeng and the other 2 guardians and nodded politely as a form of greeting. They were already used to Duan Lingtian's casual attitude, so they did not show any emotions. Moreover, given the current situation of Zoroastrianism, they could not be bothered with formalities. Guardian Ling Tian. Tang Xin, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, "The 4 guardians and I plan to meet the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. I wonder if you're coming with us? I respect your decision. Since they've come knocking on my door, how can I run away?" Duan Lingtian said with a shrug. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Even Leng Ying, who had a grudge with Duan Lingtian, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentler gaze. Duan Lingtian's choice caused them to admire him. If that's the case, let's meet them. Tang Xian's eyes gleamed coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. He took the lead and flew toward the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. If he did not handle this matter well, not only would he, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, but the entire Zoroastrianism would be humiliated as well. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian and the others saw Tang Xian taking the lead, they, naturally, followed closely behind him. While Duan Lingtian and the others were preparing to meet the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism, there were a few people in Zoroastrianism who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. I hope the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism will be tougher. It'll be even better if Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, personally kills Duan Lingtian. This is great news. Since Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has personally made a move, I'm sure he won't give up until he achieves his goal. Guardian Lingtian? He's going to be a dead guardian soon. Die, Duan Lingtian. Bu Hong and Wen Yin, the two direct disciples of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, were among those who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. Chapter 2196. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Lingtian and the other four Zoroastrianism guardians walked side by side. They followed closely behind Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, as they made their way out of the Zoroastrianism sect's encampment. Soon after, they left the Zoroastrianism sect's encampment. At the same time, a few figures appeared in the distant void within his line of sight. As they approached, the figures that were originally like small black dots began to grow larger and larger. In the end, they turned into a group of 6 people. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in gray. He looked very old, as though he had 1 foot in his coffin. He's Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed the old man's identity. While Duan Lingtian was observing Lang Qianjin's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything, landed on Duan Lingtian after he glanced at the others. He felt as though he had nowhere to hide. You're Duan Lingtian? At the same time, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Although the voice sounded old, it was strong and powerful. This voice was similar to the one that had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism sect. It was none other than Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Voice transmission? Lang Qianjin? Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission when he heard Lang Qianjin's question. As soon as Duan Lingtian asked the question, Lang Qianjin's cold snort rang in Duan Lingtian's ears like a clap of thunder. Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? A hint of anger could be heard in Lang Qianjin's voice as though he was trying to intimidate Duan Lingtian. However, was Duan Lingtian someone he could intimidate just because he wanted to? No matter how courageous I am, I'm not as shameless as you, Lang Qianjin. You snatched my super saint weapons, and you still have the audacity to shout in my ears? Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission, not to be outdone. His tone was filled with a hint of mockery. Duan Lingtian remembered when he had left the pseudo-realm, the devil sect, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, had announced, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism declared the Buddhism by Duan ancient. When Duan Lingtian first heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Put aside the fact that he did not possess the 2 super saint weapons, he had not even met the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. How could he have snatched the super saint weapons away? You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Lang Qianjin's old face turned pale. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. Lang Qianjin had made the announcement to create a false impression that Duan Lingtian's super saint weapons were in his hands. Naturally, he had done this to distract people from looking at Duan Lingtian's super saint weapons. This way, he would have a greater chance of snatching the super saint weapons away from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's words were, without a doubt, meant to mock him. Previously, this matter had caused him to be mocked by many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They mocked him for making a false announcement to deceive people even though he was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How despicable. Now that Duan Lingtian had mentioned this matter, it was no doubt he was rubbing salt in the wound. He was infuriated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the other 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism had followed the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to where Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others were. Elder Lang, it's an honor for the Zoroastrianism to come all the way here. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, greeted Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, with a smile on his face. Humph. Lang Qianjin snorted coldly in response to Tang Xian's greeting. He said bluntly, Sect leader Tang, I'm sure you can guess the purpose of our visit. Today, we're here to kill the person who killed the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. For this reason, I hope you'll hand him over, Sect leader Tang. Lang Qianjin said bluntly. His tone was slightly impatient. As soon as he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze from Tang Xian to Duan Lingtian. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Tang Xian and the 4 guardians of the fire worship sect frowned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Was the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism not a little too impatient? Tang Xian, in particular, had met the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism before. However, he had never seen such an impatient side of him. Duan Lingtian was the only one who was not surprised by Lang Qianjin's reaction. This was because Lang Qianjin was so impatient because he was angered by Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. While Tang Xian and the others were frowning, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, to the people behind him. More accurately, his gaze landed on 3 of them. This purple-clad woman must be the leader of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King. Duan Lingtian looked at the only woman in the group behind Lang Qianjin. She was also the most eye-catching person in the group behind Lang Qianjin. The woman was dressed in purple, and half of her face was covered by a purple veil. However, through the other half of her beautiful face, one could imagine that the other half of her face behind the veil was also very beautiful. The Violet Dragon King is a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was previously ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. 3 years ago, the sectless cultivator who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking died in the pseudo-realm left behind by the 3 eminent devil celestials. She's now ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. The information about the Violet Dragon King on the Supreme Saint ranking appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. This white-clad young man must be the last remaining Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the White Tiger King. He's also a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and is ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the Violet Dragon King to the white-clad young man who was standing near her. The white-robed young man was tall and sturdy. He looked very powerful. He stood there like a giant tower made of iron. There were 3 people standing behind Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. The other 2 people were standing behind him. For this reason, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to identify the 3 people in front of him based on their attire. As for the skinny black-clad old man, he must be the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian finally shifted his attention to the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. It was not that Duan Lingtian was looking down on him. It was just that compared to the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 Karmapa, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was insignificant. After all, he was not as strong as the 3 people in front of him. Elder Lang. Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, narrowed his eyes when he saw Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, going straight to the point. He said coldly, "Since you're so direct, I won't beat around the bush. You want me to hand Lingtian over to you? Impossible. Impossible." Tang Xian's words were firm and firm, as if there was no room for negotiation. Hand Duan Lingtian over to the Supreme Elder? How is that possible? Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian possessed the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, which was extremely important to the Zoroastrianism when the devil clans invaded the Upper Province. Tang Xian did not dare to hand Duan Lingtian over to the Supreme Elder due to Duan Lingtian's mysterious identity. He still suspected that Duan Lingtian might be the man the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province. All he needed was an opportunity to confirm if Duan Lingtian was the man who had defiled the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism. If he was the saint girl, Duan Lingtian would definitely be killed by the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism if he handed Duan Lingtian over to the Supreme Elder now. In the future, when the godlike powerhouse descended again and discovered that the person who had defiled the saint girl had been killed, he would be the one who handed Duan Lingtian over to the Supreme Elder. He would definitely vent his anger on the powerhouse and would not be able to escape death. This was because he knew very well. If Duan Lingtian was the one who had defiled the saint girl, he would die in the hands of the powerhouse. Although that powerhouse said the saint lady is his cousin's reincarnation, when he mentioned his cousin, there was a strong desire to possess her in the depths of his eyes. Tang Xian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. For this reason, before he could confirm if Duan Lingtian was the one who had defiled the saint girl, not only would he not hand Duan Lingtian over, but he also did not dare to do so. If Duan Lingtian was not the one who had defiled the saint girl, he would only lose the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. If Duan Lingtian was the one who had defiled the saint girl, the Devil Seal Tablet would not be the only thing he would lose. Tang Xian and the people from the Zoroastrianism behind him would definitely be reduced to ashes by the powerhouse's wrath. It's not long before that powerhouse returns to our mundane realm. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Tang Xian shuddered when he recalled the powerhouse's words before he left. As it turned out, time was running out before the powerhouse returned to their mundane realm. In just a blink of an eye, almost 100 years had passed. Impossible? Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was horrified when he heard Tang Xian's domineering reply. His eyes flashed coldly. The people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism standing behind Lang Qianjin were horrified when they heard Tang Xian's domineering reply. Tang Xian, it seems like you're very confident after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2197. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, said coldly, "Everyone felt as though winter had arrived. In the past, I could only rely on my movement divine ability to escape from you, Elder Lang. Now, I'd like to have a fight with you and see the gap between me and you." Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, said calmly when he saw Lang Qianjin's angry and fierce gaze. His words also conveyed the same meaning. He was not afraid of fighting Lang Qianjin. In the past, when his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he had fought Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he could only flee each time since he was no match for Lang Qianjin. With the movement divine ability that the godlike powerhouse had taught him, even if his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to stop him. A few years ago, he had relied on this divine ability to deter the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect from attacking Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, Zoroastrianism would have been destroyed by the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect since they did not have a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to rely on. This, Tang Xian's domineering attitude, shocked the 2 great Karmapa, the sect leader, and the 2 vice sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Even the 5 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, including Duan Lingtian, were stunned. They did not expect the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would be so direct and domineering as to challenge the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism to a battle. Could he not be more tactful? They did not expect Tang Xian to be so direct and domineering. The reason Tang Xian was so direct and domineering was because of the godlike powerhouse he had met a few decades ago. Before he confirmed Duan Lingtian was not the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province, he did not dare to let anything happen to Duan Lingtian. If he confirmed Duan Lingtian was the man and he died, The godlike powerhouse would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian when he returned to the mundane realm. With that powerhouse's strength, not only would he die in a fit of rage, but the fire worship sect would also be implicated. For this reason, Tang Xian did not hesitate to challenge Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He was not afraid of Lang Qianjin when his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not to mention now, Tang Xian was a Xian's Tian, the supreme elder of Xian. In the past, he could only run for his life whenever he encountered Lang Qianjin. However, now, he was strong enough to fight Lang Qianjin. Naturally, if it was not for the godlike powerhouse, he would not have been so direct and domineering even if he wanted to fight Lang Qianjin. The reason he was so direct and domineering was because he was afraid of the godlike powerhouse. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian is the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism? Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was shocked by Tang Xian's domineering attitude. The other members of Zhuangzi Buddhism could not help but think to themselves, if Duan Lingtian was not the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, would Tang Xian be so protective of Duan Lingtian? Although the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was precious, it was not enough for Tang Xian to fall out with Duan Lingtian. Apart from the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism, the other four guardians of Zoroastrianism, apart from Duan Lingtian, shared the same thought. However, there was one thing they were certain of. Duan Lingtian was not related to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism at all. Isn't the sect leader of Zoroastrianism a little too protective of me? Moreover, he seems to be a little too protective of me. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian himself was shocked by this unexpected favor. At the same time, he was stunned as well. What did he do to deserve the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to fall out with Lang Qianjin, the second strongest person in the Tao Martial Saintland, for him? Good. After Lang Qianjin regained his senses, he repeated the word good a few times. It was obvious he was enraged by Tang Xian's words. However, since Tang Xian was willing to fall out with him, there was no way Lang Qianjin would fall out with him. In the past, Tang Xian would have been fine. However, Tang Xian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, just like him. Although Tang Xian was not as strong as him, the difference in strength was not too great. On top of that, Tang Xian was undefeatable with his peculiar movement divine ability. Lang Qianjin would not be able to gain any advantage if he fought Tang Xian. For this reason, he did not want to fight Tang Xian unless it was absolutely necessary. Tang Xian. Lang Qianjin took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. Then, he said to Tang Xian in a deep voice, Tang Xian, I know you value Duan Lingtian's super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. It's very likely that the Devil Seal Tablet isn't with him. He might have hidden it somewhere else. However, if you're willing to hand over Duan Lingtian to me, I, Lang Qianjin, Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, am willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to make you a promise. In the future, no matter who obtains the Devil Seal Tablet, I'll do my best to obtain it for you and hand it over to you. If the Devil Seal Tablet is with him, I'll immediately hand it over to you after I kill him. Based on Lang Qianjin's words, it was obvious he thought Tang Xian was protecting Duan Lingtian because of the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in Duan Lingtian's possession. If that was the case, he did not want the Devil Seal Tablet. He was even willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to give the Devil Seal Tablet to Tang Xian. All he wanted was Duan Lingtian's life. By saying so, Lang Qianjin was, to a certain extent, making a concession and finding a way out for himself. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, is afraid? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Initially, he thought Lang Qianjin would fight the sect leader of Zoroastrianism out of anger. He did not expect Lang Qianjin would take the initiative to compromise. However, when he thought about it, he felt relieved. A battle between powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was bound to be earth-shattering. Coupled with the divine ability that the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect had mastered that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the Tao Martial Saintland, he would not be defeated even if he fought with Lang Qianjin. It was normal for Lang Qianjin to be afraid. Although the others could understand why Lang Qianjin would compromise, they were still shocked. As soon as Lang Qianjin finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Tang Xian. Lang Qianjin had compromised. Would Tang Xian accept it? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian began to waver. He was not sure if Tang Xian would compromise or not. If he was in Tang Xian's shoes, he might have chosen to compromise as well. However, Tang Xian's response to Lang Qianjin stunned everyone, including Duan Lingtian. It doesn't matter if Duan Lingtian has the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, I won't hand him over to you today. These were Tang Xian's words. Although his tone was flat, there was no room for doubt in his tone. The entire place fell silent immediately. Sect leader, Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Tang Xian's words. He looked at Tang Xian with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. After all, it was rare for Tang Xian to go this far for him. Even someone with a heart of stone would be moved by Tang Xian's actions, right? Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian did not know what Tang Xian was thinking. Otherwise, he would be worried instead of being touched. This was because Tang Xian had begun to suspect that he was the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province. Tang Xian. After a moment of silence, Lang Qianjin finally regained his senses and roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that reverberated through the 9 heavens, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Lang Qianjin's roar contained rich saint origin. As soon as it spread out, it swept through the entire Zoroastrianism's base. The White Tiger Sanctum was the first to bear the brunt of it. Tang Xian, Tang Xian. When Lang Qianjin's roar reached the White Tiger Sanctum, it continued to reverberate in the White Tiger Sanctum. When Lang Qianjin's saint origin exploded, most of the disciples with a lower cultivation base in the White Tiger Sanctum bled from their 7 orifices. Some of them even fainted when they heard Lang Qianjin's roar. What's going on? Isn't that the voice of Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? He seems very angry. Don't tell me he's going to fight Lord Sect Leader? Heavens! So this is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? He's ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking? Although he's outside the Zoroastrianism's base, he managed to cause many of our White Tiger Sanctum's disciples to bleed from their 7 orifices. Some of them even fainted. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. As expected, a wave of panic swept through the White Tiger Sanctum. As for the other places, although it was not as tragic as the White Tiger Sanctum, most of them could not help but feel chills running up their spines when they heard Lang Qianjin's roar. Junior brother Ling Tian. The Liu brothers had unknowingly gathered together. When they heard the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism's roar, they became even more worried about Duan Lingtian. That's right. Supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, you must kill Duan Lingtian. When Yin clenched her fists in her residence, as she muttered to herself with a murderous look in her eyes, Duan Lingtian, you won't be able to escape this time. In the Sanctum Leader's residence in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Bu Hong had a delighted expression on his face. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed. Outside the Zoroastrianism's base, is Duan Lingtian really the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism? Chapter 2198. Even the other 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect looked at Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. At this moment, they realized the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect was acting strangely. Is it because of Ling Tian's innate talent that the sect leader doesn't want to give up on him? They could not help but think to themselves. After all, based on Duan Ling Tian's achievements at such a young age, even in the known history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was unprecedented. It had reached a stage that was shocking to hear. However, in the blink of an eye, they rejected this possibility. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's achievements at such a young age were mostly due to the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. They speculated. That trap was also a treasure trove, but most of the people who entered it were killed by the traps. Only those who were lucky would be able to avoid being killed by the trap and obtain all sorts of fortuitous encounters in the treasure vault. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's achievements were extraordinary. Although Duan Lingtian's achievements were largely due to his innate talent, It was mostly due to the treasure vault left behind by the three imminent devils. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it would be difficult for him to improve. After all, his innate talent was not that heaven-defying. This could be seen from the innate spiritual root he obtained from the Zoroastrianism sect a few years ago. The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect were still in a state of shock and confusion. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air. It was earth-shattering. In the next moment, a powerful shockwave swept out from where Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, was standing. A mushroom-shaped shockwave appeared and swept out in all directions. Apart from Lang Qianjin and Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, everyone present was sent flying. Even the few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage present on the scene were sent flying by the shockwave from Lang Qianjin's attack, since they were unprepared. As for the others, they were even worse off. On the other hand, because of Hua Lao's reminder, Duan Lingtian activated his divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, in time to strengthen his saint origin and cast his defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Although he was still sent flying, he was not as wretched as those powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That Lang Qianjin can't hold back anymore? Duan Lingtian was sent flying. After barely managing to stabilize his body, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He could tell Lang Qianjin couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to attack. Tang Xian, since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, Lang Qianjin's figure gradually disappeared as soon as he shouted. His speed was so fast that he left behind an afterimage. Bang! Before Duan Lingtian could regain his senses, he heard another earth-shattering explosion. It was not difficult for him to guess that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had already fought with Lang Qianjin. Along with this earth-shattering explosion, an even more vast and majestic wave of air swept over. An even more exaggerated mushroom-shaped cloud appeared in the sky where Tang Xian was standing. Accompanying the mushroom cloud was an even more powerful and terrifying shockwave. Although the people present, including Duan Lingtian, were prepared, they were still pushed back by the shockwave. The two Zhuangzi Buddhism vice sect leaders whose cultivation bases were only at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage were sent flying by the shockwave even though they were prepared. Not only that, but they also threw up mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying. It was obvious they were severely injured as well. The power of this shockwave was more than just a little stronger than the previous shockwave. As the shockwave continued to spread in all directions, the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the four sanctums of Zoroastrianism, was also affected. A terrifying shockwave swept out. Even though it had consumed a lot of energy along the way, it still managed to kill many of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with low cultivation bases when the shockwave swept out. These White Tiger Sanctum's disciples did not even have time to react before they were killed by the shockwave. Although some of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with higher cultivation bases managed to survive, they were still injured. Blood gushed out of their mouths and dyed half of the White Tiger Sanctum red. For a time, the White Tiger Sanctum had turned into a living hell. Did Hierarch His Excellency fight with Zhuangzi Buddhism's Grand Elder? The aftershock of a battle between two powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is able to kill so many disciples from the White Tiger Sanctum. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the source of the aftershock is. Many White Tiger Sanctum elders in the White Tiger Sanctum felt their hearts tighten. At the same time, they sighed with fear. The other members of the Zoroastrianism camp also realized that their leader, Tang Xian, and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, were fighting. What ability does that Duan Lingtian have to make Lord Hierarch take action for him? When Yin and her senior brother, Bu Hong, had grave expressions on their faces when they realized Tang Xian had already made his move. Initially, they thought Tang Xian was the strongest among them. Both Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, were powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Both of them were at the peak of the Tao martial saint land. Naturally, they would not make a move easily. After all, once they made a move, it would be difficult for them to hold back. Moreover, one of them might even die. Any normal human being would treasure their own lives. Powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage were the most important. The ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. Once one passed the heavenly tribulation, one would be able to ascend to a higher realm. If one died at this moment, it would mean one would not be able to ascend to a higher realm. It would be a lifelong regret. For this reason, powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage would rarely fight unless they were sworn enemies. For this reason, Wen Yin and Bu Hong could not figure out why Tang Xian had made his move. What's so special about Duan Lingtian? What's so special about him? Why is Lord Hierarch taking action for him? Lord Hierarch has made his move. Junior brother Ling Tian should be considered to have passed this stage. The Lu brothers, Lu Yun and Lu Mu, sighed in relief when they realized the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had made his move. At the same time, the entire Zoroastrianism was shaken by sect leader Tang Xian's move. Outside the Zoroastrianism's estate, when the terrifying shockwave swept out and killed many White Tiger Sanctum's disciples, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, seemed to have sensed the shockwave as well. With a flash, he left behind an afterimage. After the afterimage disappeared, Duan Lingtian and the others lost sight of Tang Xian. Hermf, Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, snorted coldly and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. Is sect leader trying to lure Lang Qianjin away? At this moment, Duan Lingtian figured out Tang Xian's plan. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian thought of this, another earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Following that, Duan Lingtian could clearly see that Lu Xian's eyes were shining brightly. A cloud of mist thousands of meters away disappeared into thin air, as if it had been swallowed by something in an instant. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw another mushroom cloud. Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were fighting again. They're fighting over there in just a blink of an eye? A moment later, the shockwave caused by the appearance of the mushroom cloud also spread out. The shockwave spread to Duan Lingtian and the others in just a blink of an eye. Of course, due to the large distance between them, the remnants of that power were much weaker than before. Even the two vice sect leaders of the Black Kshetra sect were not caught in the crossfire. The White Tiger Sanctum had fallen again. Although the remnant might of this power was much weaker than the remnant might of the previous power, it still managed to injure many of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples when it swept through the entire White Tiger Sanctum. It also caused the other elders and disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum to tremble with fear. Outside the Zoroastrianism's estate, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When they saw Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin leaving the Zoroastrianism's estate, the 5 Zoroastrianism's guardians, including Duan Lingtian, and the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, naturally, followed the commotion. However, after following him a few times, the sounds they heard were getting softer and softer. Based on this, they could tell Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were getting further and further away from them. In the end, there was no commotion at all. They had lost track of Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin. Is this the speed of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he lost sight of Tang Xian and Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he realized how terrifying a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was. Hualao, thank you. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked Hualao when he regained his senses. After all, it was because of Elder Hua's reminder that he was able to prepare himself in time before the shockwave caused by Lang Qianjin's explosive power swept over him. This allowed him to not be as miserable as the others. Hualao. In the past, whenever Duan Lingtian looked for Hualao to thank him, Hualao would respond. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond this time. He found it strange. However, when 3 sharp gazes swept over him, he immediately shifted his attention away from the fact that Elder Hua had ignored him. The 3 pairs of sharp eyes belonged to the 2 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Chapter 2199. Naturally, Hualao, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not have the time to respond to Duan Lingtian. This was because he discovered that a mysterious figure had appeared out of nowhere. A tall figure that looked like a ghost entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda silently without being noticed by the current owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian. You. Who are you? Hua Lao's eyes widened when he saw the tall figure that appeared out of thin air. It was as though he had seen a ghost. The tall figure was a young man dressed in a long, blood-red robe. He was tall and sturdy. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His face was handsome but pale. There was a sword-shaped mark between his brows. The sword-shaped mark was blood-red in color. It looked like a small, blood-red sword that was imprinted between his eyebrows. It emitted a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. The young man in crimson clothes stood there. Streaks of crimson sword shadows revolved around him without any pattern. These sword silhouettes exuded a bloodthirsty and destructive aura. It made him look like a sword god who had walked out from the depths of hell. The blood-red young man did not move at all. He did not activate any energy on purpose, but he gave Hua Lao an oppressive feeling. After all, Hua Lao's strength had already recovered to the point where it was comparable to a celestial. He was much stronger than eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Elder Hua felt fear from the bottom of his heart when he faced the red-clad young man in front of him. Hua Lao was on the verge of breaking down from the pressure the blood-red young man was exerting on him. If I'm not mistaken, the blood-red young man said slowly, this celestial pagoda must be the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in the Jade Emperor Heaven, right? Jade Emperor Heaven? Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Upon hearing the blood-red young man's words, Hua Lao's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. In his heart, waves of shock were also set off. Who was this blood-red young man? Not only did he recognize the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, but he even knew it was from the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the colossal world, among the countless mundane realms, there were 81 Devata realms like the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the blood-red young man knew where the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda came from. How could he not be shocked? He must be a powerhouse from a Devata realm. At this moment, Hua Lao could guess who the blood-red young man was. The other party was either from the Jade Emperor Heaven or from another Devata realm and knew about the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, a celestial supreme treasure in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Although the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was a top celestial supreme treasure, it was not one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Although it was one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven, it was nothing in the Devata realms. For this reason, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was well known in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, not everyone in the Devata realms knew about it. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is said to contain the seven treasures. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda are divided into 7 levels. The first level is the three-legged golden crow. The second level is the Jasper Celestial Sword. The third level is the Astonishing God Halberd. The fourth level is the Universe Ruler. And the fifth level is, while Elder Hua's heart was in turmoil, the blood-red clothed young man continued speaking. As he spoke, he listed out the 7 treasures in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the three-legged golden crow in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Am I right? As soon as the blood-red young man finished speaking, he looked at Hua Lao. Although his eyes were calm, Hua Lao could not help but feel intimidated. Yes, my lord. After taking a deep breath, Hua Lao mustered up the courage to speak. His voice was filled with dread and reverence when he spoke. This was because he discovered that the blood-red young man was much stronger than him. He discovered the blood-red young man was much stronger than him when he was at his peak. Moreover, the blood-red young man's aura seemed to be suppressing him. It was as though the blood-red young man was his nemesis. I think I've encountered a similar aura somewhere before. However, the aura at that time was not as strong as the one he's emitting. With this thought in mind, Elder Hua could not help but rack his brains. A moment later, a thought flashed through his mind, and he finally recalled it. When Hua Lao looked at the blood-red young man again, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Hua Lao's voice trembled when he spoke again. My lord, you're a deity. It seems like you've guessed my origin. Before Hua Lao could finish speaking, the blood-red young man interrupted him. There was a hint of surprise in the blood-red young man's calm voice. It was apparent that he did not expect Elder Hua to be able to guess his origin. That's right. I'm the soul of the Devata artifact. The blood-red young man said bluntly. Devata artifact. Soul of the Devata artifact. Although Hua Lao had his suspicions, his heart could not help but tremble violently when he heard the blood-red young man's confirmation. At this moment, some of the questions in his heart were answered. As it turned out, he was still puzzled. How did the blood-red young man enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda without the permission of the owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Why did the blood-red young man enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda without alerting the owner? Why did this scarlet-robed young man give him a sense of suppression? Now, he finally understood. The blood-red young man was the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact, an acquired artifact soul that could suppress all celestial supreme treasures. For this reason, as the acquired artifact soul of a celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was normal for the blood-red young man to suppress him. It was even easier for the blood-red young man to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact, there was no way the blood-red young man could enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda without alerting the owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It would be easy for the blood-red young man to remove the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda from the owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After all, the blood-red young man was the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact. A Devata artifact was above all celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. It was strong enough to suppress all celestial supreme treasures. There's only one Devata artifact in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It's in the hands of the Gautama Buddha. Back then, when Monkey Sun wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, the Gautama Buddha relied on the Devata artifact to suppress him. Elder Hua was well aware of what had happened in the Jade Emperor Heaven back then. In terms of strength, Sun Wukong stood at the pinnacle of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The celestial supreme treasure in his hand, the Rui Jingu Bang, was one of the best celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. With his cultivation base and a celestial supreme treasure like the Rui Jingu Bang, he could do whatever he wanted in the Jade Emperor Heaven as long as the Gautama Buddha did not make a move. The Devata artifact in the hands of the Gautama Buddha is called the 10,000 Buddha's Celestial Imprisoning Seal. Back then, the soul of the 10,000 Buddha's Celestial Imprisoning Seal was ordered by the Gautama Buddha to look for Dipankara, the first owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, I sensed his aura in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His aura was similar to the red-clad young man's aura. However, the red-clad young man's aura was much stronger than the red-clad young man's aura. In other words, the red-clad young man's Devata artifact soul is much stronger and more terrifying than the 10,000 Buddha's Celestial Imprisoning Seal in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Gautama Buddha's possession. Hua Lao shuddered when he thought about this. It should be noted that even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to fight against the 10,000 Buddha's Celestial Imprisoning Seal's soul imprint, let alone the soul of a Devata artifact that was much stronger than the 10,000 Buddha's Celestial Imprisoning Seal. My lord, may I know how to address you? With great difficulty, Elder Hua calmed his rapid breathing. He looked at the scarlet-clothed young man again and asked in a trembling voice. Elder Hua asked this question because he knew that in the Devata realms, the innate artifact souls of Devata artifacts did not only have their own consciousness, but they could also take human form and have their own name. For example, the soul imprint of the 10,000 Buddha's Celestial Imprisoning Seal, a Devata artifact possessed by the Gautama Buddha in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Not only was it famous in the Jade Emperor Heaven, but it was also famous in the Devata realms. Kuang-ling. In the face of Elder Hua's humble and respectful inquiry, the blood-red clothed young man raised his head proudly and replied with an indifferent tone. Kuang-ling, Kuang-ling, Kuang-ling. The sword soul, Kuang-ling? After pondering for a moment, Elder Hua's body suddenly trembled. Then, his face and eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Sword soul Kuang-ling. The name sounded familiar at first. However, when he thought about it carefully, He recalled the meaning behind the name. Sword Soul Quangling. Isn't that the name of the innate soul of the Devata artifact in the solitary destructive heaven? That Devata artifact is called the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. It's the strongest sword-type Devata artifact in the Devata realms. Chapter 2200. A Devata artifact was a Devata artifact. It could give birth to a soul on its own. Since the soul was born from the Devata artifact, it was called the innate artifact soul. Celestial supreme treasures were celestial artifacts, but they did not have the ability to give birth to a soul. They could only seal a living being in the celestial artifact and turn it into the artifact soul. For example, Hualao was sealed in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and became the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. On the other hand, a celestial artifact soul like Hualao was called an acquired artifact soul. Although an acquired artifact soul was not a celestial artifact, it could not leave the celestial artifact unless the owner of the celestial artifact was willing to sever its connection with the celestial artifact. On the other hand, an innate artifact soul was born from the Devata artifact, but it could leave the Devata artifact as it pleased. Although the two were similar, they were not on the same level at all. When the latter met the former, they could suppress the former to a certain extent. For example, when Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, faced Quangling, the sword soul of the divine artifact, the solitary extinguishing flaming heavenly sword, he would feel an inexplicable fear from the bottom of his soul even though Quangling did nothing. Why your Lord Quangling from the solitary destructive heaven? When Elder Hua recalled the origin of Sword Soul Quangling, he took a deep breath. When he looked at Sword Soul Quangling again, the fear and dread in his eyes had deepened. It seems like you've heard of me. The young man dressed in red, the sword soul of the Devata artifact, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, said indifferently. How could I not know that you're the #1 divine sword in the Devata realm? Hualao smiled wryly. The solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword was the #1 divine sword in the Devata realm. Who in the Devata realm did not know about it? The #1 divine sword in the Devata realms? Quangling narrowed his eyes when he heard Hualao's words. He shook his head and said, It seems like you've left the Devata realm for quite some time. A few years ago, the sword soul of the Yin Huang Xinyuan sword was on par with me. From then on, there was no longer the #1 divine sword in the Devata realm. There are only 2 divine swords in the Devata realm. As he spoke, Quangling's tone was filled with emotion. He used to be the strongest divine sword in the Devata realms, but now, another divine sword had caught up to him and was on par with him. Furthermore, the other party's potential was even greater than his. If he didn't make any breakthroughs, he would be overtaken sooner or later. Yin Huang Xinyuan sword? Elder Hua turned pale with fright when he heard Quangling's words. Could the Yin Huang Xinyuan sword be the Xinyuan sword from the Jade Emperor Heaven's Gongsun Xinyuan? However, the Xinyuan sword was only an immortal weapon, wasn't it? How did it become an immortal weapon? If I'm not mistaken, Gongsun Xinyuan and his Yin Huang Xinyuan sword came from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Quangling continued to speak. Yes. Hearing Quangling's words, Elder Hui regained his senses and quickly nodded. At the same time, his heart was in turmoil. He was certain Quangling was the Yin Huang Xinyuan sword. The Yin Huang Xinyuan sword was the Xinyuan sword he knew. Hualao did not expect something so big would happen while he was away from the Devata realms. Not only had the Xinyuan sword become a Devata artifact, but it was also on par with the #1 divine sword in the Devata realms, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. Both were known as the 2 divine swords in the Devata realms. Are you curious as to why I would appear in this small mundane plane? Quangling asked. Hualao nodded. Indeed, he was curious about this. The solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword used to be the #1 divine sword in the Devata realms. Although the Yin Huang Xinyuan sword had caught up to it, it was still powerful. The owner of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword and the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword were famous powerhouses in the Devata realms. How could he not be curious about the appearance of such a powerhouse in this mundane realm? Naturally, He was not surprised by the appearance of such a powerhouse in this mundane realm. Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, was so powerful that he could easily break through the void and travel between Devata realms and mundane realms. "I'm here for your current master," Kuang Ling said. Kuang Ling nodded. "Hiss." Hua Lao inhaled sharply as soon as Kuang Ling finished speaking. He instinctively extended his divine consciousness out of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda and looked at the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man was his current master, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. At this moment, he and the other four guardians of the Zoroastrianism were facing off against the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. The group led by the two great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was glaring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at Duan Lingtian. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely solemn at this moment. The atmosphere was tense as though a battle would break out at any moment between the Zoroastrianism and the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as two figures appeared behind Duan Lingtian and the others from the Zoroastrianism's group. "5 guardians, we're here to help you." The two figures were none other than the two vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism. As soon as they appeared, they immediately looked at the two vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. The two great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group remained calm when they saw the two vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism. On the other hand, the two vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sighed in relief. If the two vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect did not appear, it meant they would have to face the 5 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect who were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. They shuddered when they thought about it. They were in a dilemma. They sighed in relief when the two vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders appeared. As for the two great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the vice sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, they did not think much of the two vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect at all. With the strength of the vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders, they would not be able to interfere in a battle between powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian remained calm when he saw the situation. It was as though he would not even bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Put aside the fact that Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was not here. Even if Lang Qianjin was here, Duan Lingtian would still dare to show himself. Since Duan Lingtian had shown himself, it meant he was prepared for the worst. The leader of Zoroastrianism pushed him out and handed him over to Zhuangzi Buddhism. While he was preparing for the worst, he had also thought of a way to deal with it. Everything revolved around the greed of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Grand Elder Lang Qianjin. From the false statement that Lang Qianjin had made to the outside world, it could be seen that he was very interested in the super god weapon. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew Lang Qianjin did not care about the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. This could be seen from his promise to Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He was more interested in the super saint weapon, the Traceless sword. Compared to the Devil Seal tablet, which was a super saint weapon with a lot of restrictions, Lang Qianjin and the others would definitely want an offensive-type super saint weapon like the Traceless sword. If Tang Xian pushes me out and hands me over to the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, I'll lure him into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda using the greed of Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Once he's lured into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao will definitely be able to kill him. As long as I kill him, I won't have to be afraid of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. This was the plan Duan Lingtian had prepared for a long time ago. When he found out Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was leading a group of people against him, he had already prepared this plan. He had gone to great lengths to lure Lang Qianjin into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He believed with Lang Qianjin's greed, even if he was suspicious, he would not be able to resist the temptation of a celestial supreme treasure like the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Even if Lang Qianjin was cautious and did not dare to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he would not be willing to kill Duan Lingtian before he entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian had already calculated every step of the way. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was fearless when he came out with the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and the four guardians of Zoroastrianism. If Lang Qianjin was here, he might have been a little afraid. However, now that Lang Qianjin was not here, he had to face the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Put aside the fact that he had the Zoroastrianism powerhouses by his side. Even if he was alone, what did Duan Lingtian have to fear? Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Qinghua, Guardian Hong Yun, Guardian Long Ying. At this moment, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at the four guardians apart from Duan Lingtian. His eyes were cold. Today, it's a feud between the Zhuangzi Buddhism and Duan Lingtian. I hope the four guardians won't interfere. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the safety of the four guardians. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism spoke, as though he was certain the people from the Zoroastrianism would be defeated. Ha 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 ha. Lung Ying could not help but laugh when he heard the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's words. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know where the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism got his confidence from. The others were shocked as well. Did the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism really think he could defeat all of them? Although the Zhuangzi Buddhism had two powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who were stronger than Zifeng from the Zoroastrianism, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism had two powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2201. Although Duan Lingtian had rarely made a move since he had returned to the fire worship sect, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was still quite high. However, he had defeated Lung Ying, the Hall Master of the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall, who was also the current guardian of Zoroastrianism, with just 3 strikes. Although Lung Ying had just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength was not weak at all due to the divine abilities he had mastered. Even Guardian Hong Yun admitted she was no match for him. Moreover, even Zifeng, the former leader of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, did not dare to say he could defeat Lung Ying with just 3 strikes. For this reason, after Duan Lingtian defeated Lung Ying with just 3 strikes, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest of the 5 guardians of Zoroastrianism. Even Zifeng, the former leader of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, did not object to this. For this reason, Lung Ying could not help but laugh when he heard sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's words. He wondered where sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism got his confidence from. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? Duan Lingtian looked at sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and asked mockingly, based on your words, you think you can defeat us now that our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is not here? What a joke. Before sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism could reply, Hong Yun scoffed. Our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is not here. But don't forget that the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism is not here as well. Although Zifeng, Qinghua, and Lung Ying did not say anything, they looked at sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Hong Yun finished speaking, sect leader Zhuangzi Buddhism burst into laughter again. The sudden and wanton laughter caused Duan Lingtian and the rest to involuntarily frown. Was the leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism crazy? Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. While the head of the Zhuangzi Buddhism family was laughing loudly, many figures came from the direction of the Zoroastrianism camp. They were the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism family. These higher-ups were either Golden Flame Elders or Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall. Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, and Lu Qing, the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, were among them. As for the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism, none of them had come. Even if they had come, it would have been useless. They could only serve as cannon fodder. Even if Lu Tai, Lu Qing, and the others came, they could only watch from afar and wait for an opportunity to attack. If they rashly went up, they could only be reduced to cannon fodder. What's the situation now? Why is the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism laughing so loudly? Could something have happened to Lord Sect Leader? I don't think so. If something had happened to Lord Sect Leader, how could Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, not be here? Lord Sect Leader and Lang Qianjin have disappeared. Lord Sect Leader must have lured them away, right? I think so. After all, if a fight between powerhouses of their level gets too close to the Zoroastrianism camp, The outer disciples of the Zoroastrianism four-symbol sanctums would be the ones in trouble. The group of Golden Flame Elders and Vice Hall Masters of Zoroastrianism discussed among themselves. They could vaguely guess the reason why the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism were not here. The strength of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage is too terrifying. Earlier, when Lord Sect Leader and Lang Qianjin fought, just the aftershock of their strength alone killed many of our White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. Lu Qing, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, had a grave expression on his face. At the same time, he felt slightly wronged. Whether it was the fact that many of his White Tiger Sanctum's disciples were killed by the aftershock of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, or the time when he was beaten up by Duan Lingtian, it was all because of the White Tiger Sanctum's location. The White Tiger Sanctum was located in the east of the Zoroastrianism's estate. It was close to the central region. Duan Lingtian had to pass through the White Tiger Sanctum to enter the Zoroastrianism's estate after returning from the central region. Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others had come from the central region to the western region. They had arrived outside the Zoroastrianism's estate and were the closest to the White Tiger Sanctum. Due to this reason, Lu Qing was filled with mixed feelings. He wished he could move to another location with the other three sanctums. All of a sudden, a voice transmission rang in the ears of the group of Zoroastrianism's Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall. They had received the same voice transmission from one of the vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. The content of the voice transmission was nothing more than an update on the current situation. It's just as we've guessed. Lord Sect Leader has indeed lured Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, away. The eyes of many high-ranking Zoroastrianism officials lit up when they heard the vice sect leader's words. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism wants the four guardians to stay out of Guardian Ling Tian's matter? Otherwise, how can he guarantee the safety of the four guardians? Does he really think he can defeat the five guardians of Zoroastrianism with just a few of them? What a joke. Put aside the fact that Guardian Zifeng of Zoroastrianism is a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Guardian Ling Tian's strength is not inferior to Guardian Zifeng. Where does he get his confidence from? Overconfidence is arrogance. The sect leader of the Black Kshetra sect is the leader of a sect. How could he be so arrogant? How pathetic. When the high-ranking Zoroastrianism officials learned about the current situation and heard sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's laughter, they could not help but sneer. After a while, sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism finally stopped laughing. For guardians, I'll give all of you one last chance. Now, hand over Duan Lingtian. If you can't bear to do this to your own people, you can turn around and return to Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. After sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism stopped laughing, his eyes turned cold as he said in a clear voice, I'll give all of you the span of 10 breaths. If you don't make a decision after 10 breaths, don't blame me, Zhuangzi Buddhism, for being merciless. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect said coldly. His tone was threatening. Humph. As soon as sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism finished speaking, Zifeng, the leader of the three guardians of Zoroastrianism, scoffed coldly. His elegant and handsome face also seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. Let alone 10 breaths, even if you give us more time. We won't give up on Ling Tian. Zifeng said coldly. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Long Ying moved closer to Zifeng to express his support for Zifeng. He did not forget to speak to sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others coldly. Although Qinghua and Hong Yuan did not say anything, their attitude could be seen from the way they moved closer to Zifeng. They did not want to give up on Duan Lingtian. Sect leader of Zoroastrianism had already made it clear. Zoroastrianism would never give up on Duan Lingtian. For the sake of Duan Lingtian, sect leader of Zoroastrianism was willing to fight against the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Put aside the fact that the current situation was not in their favor, even if it was, they would not go against the sect leader of fire worship sects, wished to protect Duan Lingtian. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Lung Ying's strong and decisive words were heard by the Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall in the distance. They felt their blood boiling. Lung Ying is right. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, do they really think they can defeat us? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The higher-ups of Zoroastrianism continued to mock sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Good. Good. Very good. On the other hand, sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was so angry that his face turned pale when he heard the words of the four great guardians of Zoroastrianism. As his furious words rang out, a jade slip appeared in his hand. Crack. In just a blink of an eye, he crushed the jade slip. A stream of light soared into the sky and exploded high up in the sky. It was like a signal flare, sending a signal to someone. They have more people? The people from Zoroastrianism could not help but frown when they saw this. Even Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes in a timely manner. They're here. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian lifted his head and looked at the sky in the east. The sky was filled with clouds, but it was calm. He could not see anything. After Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the clouds, Zifeng, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, lifted his head and looked in the direction of the clouds. He seemed to have noticed something as well. Whoosh! At the same time, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from behind the clouds. The people from Zoroastrianism could not help but look in the direction of the sound as well. Whoosh! When the group of people looked over, the clouds suddenly swayed. Soon after, a ghost-like figure descended from the sky. His speed was ridiculously fast. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who were standing in the distance, including the Golden Flame Elder and the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, could not see the figure clearly. The two vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism who were at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Heavenly Eye form, could only vaguely see the figure. It was a skinny figure. They could not see the other party's appearance or characteristics. A powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage? It seems like he's not an ordinary powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The expressions of Zifeng, Qinghua, Hongyun, and Lung Ying changed slightly. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes when they realized the other party was not an ordinary person. He has a helper? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the other party. Whoosh! Soon after, the other party appeared. Hao Shuang. Protector Zifeng's expression changed drastically when he saw the figure and face of the person who had just arrived. Chapter 2202. Hao Shuang was a young man with a thin body. He had long snow-white hair and a pair of snow-white eyebrows, but his skin was as tender as a baby's. It could be said that he had white hair and a youthful face. In addition, there seemed to be a smile on his handsome and delicate face at all times. Apart from being ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking, Hao Shuang was also a sectless cultivator. He was the strongest sectless cultivator after Niewu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. Before Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was only the second strongest person under the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. Ever since Tang Xian had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Hao Shuang had replaced Tang Xian as the strongest person under the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. The strongest person under the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was invincible in the Dao Martial Saint land. For this reason, the expression of Zifeng, the former leader of the three guardians of the fire worship sect, changed drastically when he recognized Duan Ling Tian. His heart sank. He had never expected that Hao Shuang would appear here. Moreover, Hao Shuang was the helper sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism had found. Hao Shuang. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, the people from the Zoroastrianism were stunned when they heard Zifeng's exclamation. Their expressions changed when they saw Hao Shuang. Qinghua, Hongyun, and Lung Ying, in particular, had a grave expression on their faces. Previously, they thought Hao Shuang was confident in his strength. Compared to them, Zhuangzi Buddhism did not have an advantage. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect's confidence was nothing more than a joke to them. However, they finally knew where the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect's confidence came from. As it turned out, he had found a helper. Moreover, it was a sectless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was the strongest person under the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Such a person was almost invincible under the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. As long as a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage did not make a move, nobody in the Tao Martial Saint land was a match for him. If they were evenly matched with the people from the Black Kshetra sect earlier, they would not be able to defeat them. But now, they were much weaker than him. Hao Shuang, the sectless cultivator, ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking? At the same time, the Golden Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism and the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall who were standing in the distance had a horrified expression on their faces when they found out about Hao Shuang's identity. Ever since Lord Sect Leader had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Hao Shuang has become the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I can't believe Zhuangzi Buddhism managed to invite him here. Damn it. Now that he's here, our advantage is gone. From the looks of it, sect leader Zhuangzi Buddhism wasn't being arrogant at all. Instead, he had planned this all along. He knew that we had no chance of winning once Hao Shuang showed up. What should we do now? If Hao Shuang really helps Zhuangzi Buddhism, the 5 guardians won't be a match for him at all. As for us, we'll only be cannon fodder at that time. The Golden Flame Elder and the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall had a horrified expression on their faces as they discussed in hushed voices. Hao Shuang's appearance had not only surprised the 4 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, but it had also caught them by surprise. Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian was the only one who was calm among the people from Zoroastrianism. After learning about Hao Shuang's identity, Duan Lingtian studied Hao Shuang curiously. A powerhouse who's ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on his strength, he must have broken through to the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? Unlike the people from Zoroastrianism, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism were filled with vitality. Brother Hao, you're here. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism smiled when he saw Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang was the trump card of the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since they had expected this, they had come prepared. Now that the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had left, it meant they could no longer rely on powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The remaining people from Zhuangzi Buddhism and the people from Zoroastrianism were in a stalemate. At this moment, they needed a powerhouse who could break the stalemate. Hao Shuang was the most suitable candidate. After all, Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Apart from powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody would be a match for him. Mr. Hao Shuang. The 2 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, greeted Hao Shuang warmly when they saw him. Although they were powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Hao Shuang, they knew their limits. Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for Hao Shuang. Lord Hao Shuang. The 2 vice sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism bowed respectfully at Hao Shuang.
Yes.
Hao Shuang nodded indifferently when he heard the greetings from the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. He swept his gaze across the people from Zoroastrianism before it landed on Duan Lingtian. He locked his gaze on Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? The new guardian of Zoroastrianism? The #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land? Hao Shuang asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I don't dare to call myself the strongest prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. However, I think I'm slightly stronger than trash like Zhuangzi Buddhism. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. He did not hesitate to mock the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since they had come looking for him and were determined to kill him, there was no reason for him to be courteous. Duan Lingtian. As expected, Duan Lingtian's words infuriated the people from Black Kshetra sect. All of them glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. You have a glib tongue. I wonder if you're as powerful as the rumors say you are. Hao Shuang's eyes narrowed into slits as a cold light flashed through them. What? Do you want to try? Duan Ling Tian's tone remained indifferent, as though he was talking about an insignificant matter. Yes, I want to try. Hao Shuang nodded. Then you have to think about it carefully. There are some things that once you try, there's no turning back. It's just like how there's no turning back once you release the arrow. Duan Ling Tian enunciated each and every word clearly. There was no lack of threat in his words. Are you that confident? Hao Shuang opened his eyes abruptly. A cold light shot out from his eyes like a sharp blade that could destroy everything in its path. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism could not help but sneer. Duan Lingtian, do you think you'll be able to scare Brother Hao with just this little trick of yours? What a joke. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was the first to scoff. When Master Hao Shuang was roaming the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm afraid you, Duan Lingtian, weren't even born yet. Do you think you can play tricks on Master Hao Shuang? The White Tiger King of Zhuangzi Buddhism sneered. Although the Violet Dragon King and the two vice sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism remained silent, their eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Hao Shuang were on the verge of breaking out into a fight. Mr. Hao Shuang, Zifeng, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, looked at Hao Shuang and said solemnly, I wonder what benefits did Zhuangzi Buddhism promise you? If you're willing to stay out of this, Zoroastrianism is willing to give you double the benefits. Although Zifeng admitted he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian, he did not have high hopes for the battle between Duan Lingtian and Hao Shuang. After all, Hao Shuang was not an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Previously, the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect had fought with Hao Shuang. According to their sect leader, if it was not for the fact that he had mastered the divine ability that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land, he might not have been a match for Hao Shuang. From this, it could be seen that Hao Shuang's strength had reached a terrifying level. Moreover, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had said Hao Shuang would be the next powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Guardian Ling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, did not have high hopes for someone like Hao Shuang. For this reason, he planned to lure Hao Shuang with benefits. He did not want Hao Shuang to change sides. He only wanted Hao Shuang to stay out of this. Humph. Upon hearing Zifeng's words, Hao Shuang glanced at him coldly. Guardian Zifeng, do you think I, Hao Shuang, am a two-faced villain? Zifeng was stunned when he heard Hao Shuang's words. Today, no matter what you or the Zoroastrianism promised me, I'm destined to stand on the side of Zhuangzi Buddhism and help Zhuangzi Buddhism. I, Hao Shuang, am a reputable person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. I won't let the Zoroastrianism ruin my reputation. Hao Shuang's words made his stance clear. Guardian Zifeng, don't waste your energy. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at Zifeng mockingly. I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame us for not showing mercy now. Humph. I don't believe you have the guts to kill us. If you kill us, our sect leader will personally come to the Zhuangzi Buddhism and annihilate the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Lung Ying looked at the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism coldly and said, with our sect leader's current strength, even the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism won't be able to stop him if he wants to kill the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. When Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he could easily escape from the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism with the help of the #1 movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Let alone now. If he wanted to, he could annihilate the entire Zhuangzi Buddhism under the watch of the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Chapter 2203. The eyes of the people from the Zoroastrianism lit up when they heard Frigid Eagle's words. Humph. The sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism snorted coldly. His expression darkened immediately. Naturally, he knew what Frigid Eagle was talking about. For this reason, he had never thought of killing the other guardians of the Zoroastrianism. He only wanted to teach them a painful lesson. He did not have the guts to kill the guardians of the Zoroastrianism. It was fine if it was just Duan Lingtian. After all, they had a legitimate reason to attack. Even if they were killed, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would not dare to act rashly. If he did, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would be able to break into the Zoroastrianism and kill them. However, if he killed the guardians of the Zoroastrianism, it would be equivalent to cutting off all the pillars of the Zoroastrianism. It would definitely enrage the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. At that time, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would definitely avenge them at all costs. Just as Frigid Eagle had said, if the Zoroastrianism decided to attack the Zhuangzi Buddhism, even the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would not be able to stop them. At that time, the people of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. For this reason, he had never thought of killing the other guardians of the Zoroastrianism other than Duan Lingtian. Even if it was Duan Lingtian, he would not kill him unless it was absolutely necessary. He wanted to bring Duan Lingtian back to the Zhuangzi Buddhism because he wanted to find out how Duan Lingtian's strength improved so much in the trap left behind by the three imminent devils. As long as they could force the secret out of him, the cultivation of the higher-ups of Zhuangzi Buddhism would definitely improve tremendously. Even if there were no secrets, they still had to kill Duan Lingtian. This was to prevent the people from the Tao Martial Saint Land from saying that Zhuangzi Buddhism was inferior to Zoroastrianism and that they did not dare to seek revenge from Zoroastrianism. Protector Lung Ying, you're right. We don't dare to kill you. But do you dare to kill us? The White Tiger King looked at Frigid Eagle and sneered. The only reason we are here today is Duan Lingtian. If you insist on staying, although we don't dare to kill you, we can't avoid making you suffer some physical pain. You can't blame us. Our sect master has already given you a chance, but you didn't grasp it properly. The sneer on the White Tiger King's face deepened when he reached the end of his sentence. If Mr. Hao wasn't here, we might be evenly matched. Now that Mr. Hao is here to deal with Duan Lingtian, the strongest among all of you, I'd like to see how the rest of you are going to deal with us. The White Tiger King sneered. Based on his words, it was clear he was confident he could defeat the people from the Zoroastrianism. Before the people from the Black Kshetra sect came, they had already assessed Duan Lingtian's strength, since he was now a guardian of the fire worship sect. In the end, they had no choice but to accept that Duan Lingtian was the strongest among the 5 great protectors of Zoroastrianism. This was because not only did Duan Lingtian kill the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism with 3 strikes, but he had also defeated Long Ying, the Hall Master of the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Previously, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism had also evaluated Long Ying's strength. Once Long Ying had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength was on par with Qinghua from the Zoroastrianism. He was stronger than Hong Yun from the Zoroastrianism and was in no way inferior to the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Such a person was defeated by Duan Lingtian with 3 strikes. In the Zhuangzi Buddhism, even the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King did not dare to say they could defeat Lung Ying, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, in 3 strikes. For this reason, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect made a bold guess about Duan Lingtian's strength. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, who were in no way inferior to the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, might be evenly matched or even stronger. For this reason, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect decided to seek outside help. In the end, they found Hao Shuang, who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In their opinion, Hao Shuang was not weak at all. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was no match for Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang alone was enough to defeat Duan Lingtian. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect finished speaking, the people from the Zoroastrianism sect, other than Duan Lingtian, were horrified. As it turned out, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect had planned this from the beginning. Their target was only Lingtian. However, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect intended to severely injure the remaining people from the Zoroastrianism sect and teach them a painful lesson. Hao Shuang. Zifeng glared at Hao Shuang fiercely. This time, he did not try to tempt Hao Shuang. Instead, he threatened, Guardian Lingtian of our Zoroastrianism sect is under the protection of our sect leader of Zoroastrianism. For him, our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is willing to fight the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. You better think this through. If you help the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect leader kidnap or kill Guardian Ling Tian today, you'll definitely offend our sect leader. If our sect leader is furious, it won't be difficult for him to kill you. If the soft approach did not work, he would use the hard approach. Zifeng's attitude was unprecedentedly unyielding. Hao Shuang's expression darkened when he heard Zifeng's threat. That's right. Lung Ying chimed in. Hao Shuang, you better think this through. Back then, our sect leader's cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was already stronger than you. Now that his cultivation base has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken. Unless you find a place to hide and not come out. Otherwise, once you appear and are targeted by him, you will definitely die. Lung Ying's words sounded like a warning to Hao Shuang, but the truth was, he was threatening Hao Shuang as well. Humph. At this moment, sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism scoffed and said disdainfully, Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Lung Ying, both of you might not know this, but our Supreme Elder has promised Brother Hao that he'll protect him until he breaks through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, Brother Hao's cultivation base is only a step away from breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's confident he'll be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within 10 years. When Brother Hao breaks through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if he's not as fast as your sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, he'll still be able to protect himself. When sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Zifeng and Lung Ying's expressions changed when they heard the Zoroastrianism's words. Hao Shuang is about to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The expressions of the other people from the Zoroastrianism changed drastically as well. When they looked at Hao Shuang again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. If sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was telling the truth, Hao Shuang would definitely be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If that was the case, Hao Shuang could be considered as a quasi-powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Humph. As long as I break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, why would I be afraid of your sect leader of the Zoroastrianism? When sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism finished speaking, Hao Shuang glanced at Zifeng and Lung Ying coldly. Perhaps I'm not as strong as him, but it won't be difficult for me to stay alive. If he dares to hurt me, as long as he doesn't kill me, I'll still be able to take revenge on your Zoroastrianism. I'd like to see if he dares to make a move on me before he's confident he'll be able to kill me. Hao Shuang's words were loud and clear. At the same time, he exuded great confidence. However, the expressions of the people from the Zoroastrianism darkened. The atmosphere at the scene fell into a dead silence for a short period of time. Hee. All of a sudden, a chuckle sounded in the air and broke the silence. This voice successfully attracted the attention of everyone present. They saw the person who had chuckled was none other than Duan Lingtian. What are you laughing at? Hao Shuang asked sternly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. I'm not laughing at anything. Duan Lingtian calmly stopped laughing. He glanced at Hao Shuang indifferently and changed the topic. Does this mean you're the reason I'm captured or killed by the Zhuangzi Buddhism today? Hao Shuang, are you planning to make a move on me? Duan Lingtian asked two questions in succession. Why? Are you afraid? Hao Shuang sneered. Afraid? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was extremely brilliant. As he smiled, his robe began to flutter. A moment later, scales began to appear on his hands. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that they were dragon scales. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's robe was torn apart by his half-dragon body. He had transformed into a human-shaped dragon monster. If one were to take a closer look, one would discover that while his hands and feet had transformed into dragon claws, there were also 9 claws on each of his hands. He was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Based on the changes in Duan Lingtian's body, one could tell that he was under great pressure. Duan Lingtian felt an unprecedented pressure from Hao Shuang. Otherwise, he would not have transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It should be noted that he did not transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior when he killed Xiakongshuan, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, or defeated Lung Ying. Although transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior did not mean that his strength would increase tremendously, it was still much stronger than before. Since he had transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, one could see how much he valued Hao Shuang. Nine-clawed dragon warrior. Chapter 2204. Although the people present on the scene had heard that Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior, they had not seen Duan Lingtian transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior with their own eyes. Now that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, they could not help but feel shocked. This is a nine-clawed dragon warrior? Many of the fire worship sect's golden flame elders inhaled sharply as a horrified expression appeared on their faces. It's said that a nine-clawed dragon warrior's body is comparable to an eight-clawed divine dragon. His defense is extremely strong, and his explosive strength is far beyond an ordinary martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian's strength has undoubtedly increased after transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. It seems like he doesn't dare to hold back when facing a powerhouse like Hao Shuang. He's going all out. However, even then, does he have a chance of winning? I don't think so. After all, Hao Shuang is the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saintland. Although Guardian Ling Tian has transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, I don't think he's a match for Hao Shuang. I think so as well. Although the Fire Worship Sect's Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall were eager for a miracle to happen, hoping that Guardian Ling Tian would be able to defeat or even kill Hao Shuang, they did not expect a miracle to happen. However, when they thought about how terrifying Hao Shuang was, they had no choice but to be realistic. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens for them to defeat Hao Shuang. The two vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism and the four guardians of Zoroastrianism shared the same thoughts. Hao Shuang. Suddenly, Guardian Lung Ying from Zoroastrianism looked at Hao Shuang and said, "You better think this through. If you dare to touch Guardian Ling Tian today, not only will you offend Zoroastrianism, but you'll also offend the dragons." Dragons? When Long Ying saw Duan Ling Tian had transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he immediately thought of using the dragons to threaten Hao Shuang. Humph. However, when Hao Shuang heard Lung Ying's words, he scoffed and said disdainfully, "I'm not even afraid of offending the Fire Worship Sect. Why would I be afraid of offending the Dragon Clan that has already fallen?" Currently, there was not a single eight-clawed divine dragon in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saintland. It could be said that the sun had set in the west. For a rogue cultivator like Hao Shuang, he was naturally not afraid of the current dragons. Lung Ying was stunned when he heard this. On the other hand, when Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others saw Duan Lingtian transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, fear appeared in their eyes when they thought of the dragons. Hao Shuang was a rogue cultivator and had no attachments. But Zhuangzi Buddhism was different. The Zhuangzi Buddhism had families and businesses. Once the dragons took revenge, they would suffer heavy losses. However, when they thought about how they had a good reason to target Duan Lingtian, they felt relieved. They had come here to seek revenge for the Golden Lion King, Xiakongshuan, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. So what if the dragons were here? Could they stop Zhuangzi Buddhism from seeking revenge for the Golden Lion King? Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're really confident in your strength. Hao Shuang narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian had transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes. Waves of killing intent rose from his body. "I'd like to see where you're getting your confidence from in front of me, Hao Shuang." As murderous intent surged from his body, Hao Shuang sneered and pushed his Saint Qi to the limit. When Shang Yuan broke out of his body, it caused the space around him to fluctuate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of rolling air waves set off a vast gale that wreaked havoc in all directions. At the same time, one could see Hao Shuang's body had grown bigger. Hao Shuang's skinny body swelled up in an instant, turning from a skinny young man into a muscular young man. His long white hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. It looked like white pythons. His white eyebrows were raised, setting off his slightly twisted face, revealing his current mood. He was furious. He was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. He dared to say, apart from powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody in the Tao Martial Saint Land could compete with him. Yet today, not only had a little brat that wasn't even 50 years old dared to act without the slightest scruple in front of him, he'd even disregarded his strength and wanted to play a fool before him. How could he not be furious? Brother Hao is getting serious. The eyes of the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism lit up like 2 stars in the night sky when he sensed Hao Shuang's terrifying aura surging out of his body. I just hope Mr. Hao won't kill this Duan Lingtian in a fit of anger. After all, we still have to try to pry the secret of the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils from the devil clans. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism thought to themselves, Guardian Ling Tian from Zoroastrianism? The strongest prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land? Today, in front of Lord Hao Shuang, he will be no different from a chicken or dog, unable to withstand a single blow. The 2 vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism were excited. They were confident in Hao Shuang. Unlike the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the people from the Zoroastrianism were in low spirits. Guardian Zifeng, I'm afraid Guardian Ling Tian isn't a match for Hao Shuang. Should we help him? Protector Long Ying looked at Protector Zifeng and said with bright eyes. Although he had some conflicts with Duan Lingtian in the past, those were internal conflicts. However, he did not disregard Duan Lingtian because of their past conflicts. Instead, he supported Duan Lingtian. Naturally, this was also because the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had supported Duan Lingtian since the beginning. I want to help him as well. However, do you think we have a chance to help him? I'm sure if we make a move, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism will make a move as well. Zifeng smiled bitterly as he looked at the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism warily. He was no match for either the Violet Dragon King or the White Tiger King. Currently, Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism was being targeted by Hao Shuang. As long as the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism made a move, they might be able to suppress the remaining 4 guardians. As for the others, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 vice sect leaders would be able to suppress them easily. When Long Ying heard this, he instinctively turned to look at the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he realized something. The sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism were paying attention to Hao Shuang and Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism. It was as though they were watching them all the time. Immediately, Long Ying's expression turned ugly. As for Qinghua, Protector Hong Yun, and the other high-ranking members of the Zoroastrianism, their expressions darkened as well. Where did I get my confidence from? When Duan Lingtian heard Hao Shuang's words and saw the saint origin in Hao Shuang's body surging, he could not help but smile indifferently. He then looked at Hao Shuang coldly. When his gaze turned cold, Duan Lingtian's aura changed in an instant. It was as though he was a completely different person. If one were to say that he was like an elegant scholar just a moment ago now, he was more like a bloodthirsty warrior. As his gaze turned cold, waves of monstrous battle intent rose from his body. It made him look like a god of war. Moreover, a turbulent vortex appeared out of thin air with his body as the center. Elementary devouring tactic. In a flash, Duan Lingtian used this divine ability to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to raise the Sun Saint origin in his body to the maximum. When the Sun Saint origin spread out from his body again, the surrounding void shook. A series of crisp, crackling sounds rang in the air as though the surrounding void was shattering. Hao Shuang, let's decide the outcome of this battle with one move. What do you think? After the Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body was raised to its limit, he felt as though his blood was boiling. He looked at Hao Shuang with a piercing gaze before he shouted, "Let's go!" Deciding the outcome of this battle with one move. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Hao Shuang was stunned. The people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism group were stunned. The people from the Zoroastrianism group were stunned as well. After a while, Hao Shuang was the first to regain his senses. After he regained his senses, he could not help but sneer. I really don't know where you get your courage from. How dare you say that we'll decide the outcome of this battle with one move? What? You don't dare? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't dare? When Hao Shuang heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he could not help but burst out laughing. After a while, he stopped laughing and looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully. What a joke. Why wouldn't I dare? Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as his voice fell, the Saint Chi around Hao Shuang's body swelled as he also displayed one of his assist-type divine abilities, pushing his Saint Chi to the limit. Naturally, the boost from his assist-type divine ability was not as great as the boost from Duan Ling Tian's Saint Origin. Although his improvement was not as good as Duan Ling Tian, his foundation was far better than Duan Ling Tian. After all, he was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. To a certain extent, he could be considered a quasi-powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that he had cast his assist-type divine ability, his Saint Origin had been raised to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Whoosh! At the same time, Hao Shuang raised his hand and a 6-foot-long rod appeared in his hand. Initially, there was nothing special about the long rod. However, as Hao Shuang poured his Saint Chi into it, it seemed to come to life in an instant and began exuding a terrifying aura. This is the Dharma rod. Chapter 2205. The 6-foot-long staff in Hao Shuang's hand was engraved with obscure patterns. From afar, it gave off a simple and unadorned feeling. Up close, it gave off an ancient feeling. However, as Hao Shuang's Saint Origin flowed into the 6-foot-long staff, Huala, in just an instant, the patterns on the rod seemed to have come to life in an instant, blooming with a golden light that set off the rod as if it had turned into a scorching sun, dazzling and dazzling. A vast and majestic aura swept out from the 6-feet-long rod that was covered in a golden glow, causing most of the people present to feel their hearts palpitate. This is the Dharma staff. When Zifeng from the fire worship sect cried out in surprise, everyone regained their senses. All of them turned to look at the 6-foot-long rod in Hao Shuang's hand that was glowing with a golden light. For a moment, the 6-foot-long staff in Hao Shuang's hand became the focus of everyone's attention. Dharma staff? Why does it sound so familiar? A golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism frowned and fell into deep thought. However, as soon as he fell into deep thought, he was interrupted by another golden flame elder from the fire worship sect. Isn't the Dharma rod one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Moreover, it's an offensive and defensive super saint weapon. Although the Dharma staff is not as offensive as the super saint weapon, the Traceless sword, it's far more powerful than an ordinary 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Moreover, it can be used for defense. Its defense is extremely strong. I didn't expect the Dharma staff to be in Hao Shuang's hands. It's over. It's over. Protector Ling Tian doesn't have much chance of winning. Now that Hao Shuang has taken out the super saint weapon, the Dharma staff, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. One move to determine the outcome. I really don't know where Protector Ling Tian gets his confidence from. Now that Hao Shuang has taken out the Dharma staff, even if he uses all his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to block Hao Shuang's attack, right? Since it's one move to determine the outcome, Hao Shuang won't hold back. Protector Ling Tian's life will be in danger if he attacks with the staff. The group of Zoroastrianism Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall shook their heads. They all thought that Duan Ling Tian was dead meat. It wasn't that they were trying to boost the morale of others and diminish the morale of their own people. It was just that they couldn't see any hope and could only accept their fate. One move to determine the outcome? The other 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism and the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism also smiled bitterly when they regained their senses. In the depths of their eyes, there was a deep sense of helplessness. A sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Just now, when Duan Lingtian said that he was going to fight Hao Shuang with one move, they were also shocked. If it was a normal fight, Hao Shuang might not have taken Duan Lingtian's life directly. But if it was a battle to determine the outcome of the battle, Hao Shuang would definitely not hold back in order to play it safe. At that time, Duan Lingtian would most likely die. Initially, they thought Duan Lingtian would be doomed if he really decided the outcome with a single move. Only a few people could not help but have a trace of desire in their hearts when they saw how confident Duan Lingtian was. They longed to see a miracle happen. However, when Hao Shuang took out the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, the desire in these people's hearts was mercilessly crushed. Hao Shuang was the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saintland. If there were no powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody would be a match for him. Now, he had taken out the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. At this moment, only despair remained in the hearts of the people from the Zoroastrianism. Unlike the people from the Zoroastrianism, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism were shocked when they saw Hao Shuang taking out the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. Lord Hao Shuang is going to use the Super Saint weapon in the battle with Duan Lingtian? This. The two vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism were dumbfounded. Brother Hao, don't you think you're exaggerating? Is there a need to use the Super Saint weapon in the battle with Duan Lingtian? I want to capture him temporarily and take him away to interrogate him about the secrets of the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils. The vice sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was shocked when he saw the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, in Hao Shuang's hand. He did not want Hao Shuang to kill Duan Lingtian if it was not necessary. Mr. Hao Shuang. At this moment, the Azure Dragon King and the White Tiger King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism also sent Hao Shuang voice transmissions. They were worried Hao Shuang would kill Duan Lingtian with just one move. You don't have to worry about that. Hao Shuang replied in a timely manner. Since it's decided in one move, Duan Lingtian will definitely use his full strength and concentrate all his strength into one attack. I'll use all my strength to defeat his attack. However, after defeating his attack, I'll stop in time and spare his life. After all, if I can pry the secret of the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent celestials out of him, it'll only be beneficial to me. Hao Shuang's words calmed the vice sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Azure Dragon King, and the White Tiger King. Dharma Rod? A Super Saint weapon? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he saw Hao Shuang taking out a Super Saint weapon. This was slightly beyond his expectations. He had heard of the Dharma Rod before and knew it was an offensive and defensive Super Saint weapon. In terms of offense, although it was not the best among the 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, it was still much stronger than a Super Saint weapon like the Devil Seal Tablet and 1,000 Inscriptions Saint weapon. Haha! Hao Shuang saw Duan Lingtian's frown and smiled smugly. Duan Lingtian, are you surprised I have a Super Saint weapon as well? Moreover, it's even more useful than your Devil Seal Tablet. I'm a little surprised. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal. However, the Sun Saint origin in his body continued to surge. If I, Hao Shuang, were a devil cultivator, Duan Lingtian would have a chance to kill me with the Devil Seal Tablet. Unfortunately, I'm not a devil cultivator. Hao Shuang smiled smugly. His words were filled with sarcasm. The Devil Seal Tablet was effective against devil cultivators, but it was useless against Hao Shuang. You talk too much. Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Hao Shuang's sarcastic words. Then, he said bluntly, after 3 breaths, we'll decide the victor with one move. As you wish. Hao Shuang's eyes turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Saint Origin surged from his body as the Dharma Rod in his hand shone brightly. He was preparing to launch his strongest attack after 3 breaths. On the other hand, with a raise of Duan Lingtian's hand, a plain and simple sword appeared in his hand. This sword was none other than the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Jasper Celestial Sword. In the past, when I used you to defeat my enemies, I had to be secretive about it. As the Sun Saint origin in his body surged out and entered the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian looked at the jasper celestial sword and muttered to himself, "Today, I'll show everyone the brilliance of your celestial supreme treasure. I'll show them that super saint weapons are nothing in front of a celestial supreme treasure like you." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed brilliantly. This beam of light seemed to be able to overshadow everything around it, and it was clearly seen by everyone present. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, he no longer planned to use the celestial supreme treasure, the jasper celestial sword. Naturally, he did not conceal it because he did not want to waste his son's saint origin elsewhere. After all, his opponent was Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, Hao Shuang had a super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. If he made a mistake, he would definitely die. For this reason, he had to pour all his son's saint origin into the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, to unleash his most powerful sword attack. This sword strike was related to his life and everything about him. He had to be cautious. He did not have the time to think about the consequences of exposing the Jasper Celestial Sword. At this moment, he only wanted to unleash his most powerful sword attack to fight with Hao Shuang. They wanted to see if his most powerful sword attack was stronger than Hao Shuang, who was the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Duan Lingtian first took out the Jasper Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, in his hand, its simple appearance did not attract any attention. Whoosh! However, when the Sun Saint origin in his body surged into the Jasper Celestial Sword, the simple Jasper Celestial Sword shone brightly. Initially, it was a golden light that was similar to the color of the Sun Saint origin. However, it soon turned red. Soon after, various colors of light flashed. In the end, the multicolored lights merged into one and transformed into a condensed and dusky energy that twirled around the Jasper Celestial Sword. Among them, tiny bolts of gray lightning were pulsating rhythmically, like tiny gray snakes slithering around the Jasper Celestial Sword. At the same time, a sharp and destructive aura swept out from the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Many people present on the scene felt chills running up their spines. Their hearts skipped a beat as they narrowed their eyes. Before they had the time to react, 3 breaths of time had already quietly passed. When the time was up, Hao Shuang let out a thunderous roar that was deafening to the ears. Bang! The air trembled as Hao Shuang used the force to fly toward Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2206. In fact, Hao Shuang had also noticed the destructive aura surging out of Duan Lingtian's Jasper Celestial Sword. However, he did not have the time to feel how terrifying the aura was. This was because the 3 breaths were up. As for his power, it was already fully charged. It was time to make his move. Boom! Rumble! A series of thunderous noises reverberated in the air. Hao Shuang wielded the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, as he charged forward. In just a blink of an eye, he had covered more than half of the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, he came to a halt. Roar! Hao Shuang let out a beast-like roar as the saint origin in his body skyrocketed. His entire body began to swell strangely. In just a blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. Hao Shuang, who had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, looked like a King Kong. His muscles bulged, and most of his robe was torn apart. His head of snow-white hair stood on end, like sharp needles shooting into the sky. At the same time, the golden glow on the Dharma Rod in Hao Shuang's hand grew even brighter. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a sky-propping pillar that exuded a terrifying aura. The rolling energy in it seemed to be earth-shattering. In an instant, the void around Hao Shuang trembled. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. The energy in Hao Shuang's body and the Dharma Rod's energy caused a clear and ear-piercing sound of friction to appear in the air. Duan Lingtian, take this! Hao Shuang, who seemed to have transformed into a King Kong, suddenly roared and took a step forward. When his foot landed, it was as if a huge mountain had collapsed. When his foot landed, ripples appeared in the void and rapidly spread out in all directions. It was as if a huge rock had been smashed into a calm lake without any warning, causing waves of ripples to appear. At the same time, the 3-meter-tall Hao Shuang's Saint Qi skyrocketed. It was as if he had transformed into a deity. He suddenly raised the Dharma rod, the super saint weapon in his hand, and smashed it at the purple figure standing in the void in front of him. The purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. Boom. Rumble. Hao Shuang's cudgel strike not only contained a powerful offensive divine ability, but also the profundity of the cudgel martial arts. It looked simple, as if it was just a casual wave, but in reality, it was an attack that he had unleashed with all his might. Hao Shuang's attack not only contained his full strength, but it also contained the full power of the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. As soon as it was thrown out, it was earth-shattering. Wherever the super saint weapon, the devil rod, passed, the void would tremble. It was like a thin piece of paper being baptized by the wind, as if it could be torn apart at any time. The rod that seemed to be able to shatter the heavens was accompanied by waves of terrifying destructive aura as it smashed toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the staff that descended from the sky gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as though Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It was as though he would be mercilessly smashed into a meat patty if he was slightly careless. Boom, 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 boom. Like a bolt of lightning descending, the rod strike that shook the heavens tore through the sky and descended towards Duan Lingtian, and it gave rise to waves of explosive sounds that were like exploding thunder as it approached menacingly. And at this most critical moment, in a flash of lightning, Duan Lingtian finally made his move. Sword-wielding art. Faced with Hao Shuang's attack, Duan Lingtian's celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, finally flew out of his hand after devouring Hao Shuang's Sun Saint origin. Swoosh! A short-lived sword cry rang in the air as a sword ray flashed in the air. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though his body had been emptied. He was on the verge of collapsing. After recovering a little bit of his saint origin, he barely managed to stabilize himself. However, his face turned pale in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, no one was paying attention to Duan Lingtian. Most of the people present on the scene were looking at the Dharma rod in Hao Shuang's hand that was descending like a thunderbolt. This was the only thing they could do. This was because they could not catch a trace of the extraordinary-looking sword that had left Duan Lingtian's hand. It was as though the sword had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a short-lived sword cry by their ears. How fast? Only a few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, such as Zifeng from the Zoroastrianism, the Azure Dragon King, and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism managed to catch a glimpse of the sword ray. At this moment, although they barely managed to catch a glimpse of the sword light, they did not have the time to express their shock and astonishment. This was because everything happened in a split second. How's this possible? When the Jasper Celestial Sword flew out of Duan Lingtian's hand, it transformed into a sword ray that appeared in front of Hao Shuang's eyes. Horror and disbelief could be seen in his eyes. The reason he reacted this way was because the Jasper Celestial Sword was too fast. It was ridiculously fast. That speed was much faster than the speed at which he was attacking at the moment. If the saint origin in his body was close to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, however, the speed of the sword ray before his eyes was close to the speed of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, it was almost as fast as a powerhouse who had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and had not stabilized his cultivation base. It all depends on this sword ray to see if I can escape this calamity. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he saw the Jasper Celestial Sword flying out of his hand. He had used all his strength in this sword ray. This was his strongest sword ray. Swoosh! The Jasper Celestial Sword that had absorbed Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin flew out of Duan Lingtian's hand like a wild horse that had escaped from its reins. His speed was so fast that it was almost shocking. In just a blink of an eye, the Jasper Celestial Sword was already close to the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma rod, that Hao Shuang was holding. After a fleeting sword light flashed, it continued to attack the Dharma rod in a menacing manner. Swoosh! The Jasper Celestial Sword seemed to have merged with the void. It did not disturb the void at all. In fact, this was because the Jasper celestial sword was too fast. It was so fast that the void did not have time to react. Chi, 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 chi. Along with a series of clear and soft noises, the sword gleam on the tip of the Jasper celestial sword collided with the golden gleam that was wreaking havoc around the Dharma rod and began to fight. And this initial confrontation was also the final calm before the storm. The sword ray from the Jasper celestial sword did not seem to be obstructed at all. It easily penetrated the golden ray from the Dharma rod and landed on the Dharma rod. Suddenly, clang, rip, an earth-shattering sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air, followed by the sound of something being torn apart. When the Jasper celestial sword landed on the Dharma rod, it unleashed a destructive force that seemed to be able to destroy the world. When the Dharma rod was sent flying, it also tore off Hao Shuang's arm that was holding the Dharma rod, leaving a bloody wound on Hao Shuang's shoulder. It was a ghastly sight. Whoosh! After the Dharma rod and the arm that held it left Hao Shuang's body, it shot off into the distance like an arrow. Its speed was so fast that it appeared in front of everyone's eyes for a fleeting moment. It was not much slower than the speed of the Jasper celestial sword. The Jasper celestial sword unleashed a destructive force that knocked away the Dharma rod and tore Hao Shuang's arm off, severely injuring Hao Shuang. All of this happened in a blink of an eye. After that, the Jasper celestial sword slowed down a little. However, it continued to fly toward Hao Shuang like a bolt of lightning. This time, the Jasper celestial sword's target was between Hao Shuang's eyebrows. It looked as though it would only stop after Hao Shuang was dead. When Hao Shuang's arm was torn off, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He shuddered and regained his senses. T. When Hao Shuang saw the sword ray that appeared for a brief moment and locked onto his eyebrows, it seemed as though it would not stop until he was dead. His expression changed again and again. Then, he instinctively screamed in fear. In the next moment, before the Jasper celestial sword could pierce through Hao Shuang's eyebrows, whoosh. At the same time, a humanoid silhouette emerged from Hao Shuang's body. It was a shrunken version of Hao Shuang. As soon as the shrunken Hao Shuang appeared, he fled into the distance at an unbelievable speed. He left behind a few words as he fled. He said, "Zhuangzi Buddhism, Zoroastrianism. I, Hao Shuang, will remember this grudge." As soon as the words left his mouth, the shrunken Hao Shuang silhouette disappeared without a trace. Spurt. At the same time, the Jasper celestial sword pierced through Hao Shuang's eyebrows, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Soul detachment? Although it seemed as though the Jasper celestial sword had killed Hao Shuang, Duan Lingtian knew that Hao Shuang's soul had escaped from Hao Shuang's body. Before the Jasper celestial sword killed Hao Shuang's soul had escaped from his body and disappeared into the distance at an extremely fast speed. The Jasper celestial sword had only killed Hao Shuang's soulless body. The eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the soul detachment form. At this stage, as long as a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above wanted to, they could detach their soul from their body at any time. Chapter 2207. Unfortunately, my Sun Saint origin is almost depleted, so I can't chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Moreover, my soul is only at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, so I can't use my soul attack to chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he saw Hao Shuang's soul escaping. It was not that he did not want to kill Hao Shuang, but there was nothing he could do. After Hao Shuang used the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, his soul speed was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, based on Hao Shuang's words before he escaped, it seems like he hates Zhuangzi Buddhism as well. Duan Lingtian's expression turned strange when he recalled Hao Shuang's words. Based on his tone, it seems like he hates Zhuangzi Buddhism more than Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian could understand why Hao Shuang was acting this way. After all, Hao Shuang was here because he had accepted Zhuangzi Buddhism's invitation. However, Hao Shuang had lost his body because of Zhuangzi Buddhism's invitation. His soul had left his body and was forced to flee. Now that his body was dead, his soul could no longer possess it. He could only steal another person's body or reconstruct his own. Compared to stealing another person's body, it was better to reconstruct his own body since that was the only way he could regain his strength. Naturally, it would take a long time to reconstruct his own body. In any case, Hao Shuang had accepted Zhuangzi Buddhism's offer to help, but he ended up going for wool and coming home shorn. This was something he did not expect even in his wildest dreams. Hao Shuang must hate Zhuangzi Buddhism to the core. He must hate Zhuangzi Buddhism for inviting him to help before he figured out my strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Putting himself in Hao Shuang's shoes, Duan Lingtian could understand Hao Shuang's feelings. If Hao Shuang had known that he had such strength, he would not have appeared here even if Zhuangzi Buddhism had given him so many benefits. However, even I didn't expect that the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, would be able to unleash such a powerful attack when I infused it with my Sun Saint origin that was enhanced by the elementary devouring tactic. When Duan Lingtian recalled how the Jasper Celestial Sword easily destroyed Hao Shuang's attack and knocked away the super sacred artifact, the Dharma Rod, he could not help but feel slightly shocked. One had to know that even before he made his move, he wasn't sure what the outcome would be. After all, Hao Shuang was the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he possessed the Dharma Rod, the super saint weapon. If he unleashed his full strength, he would be invincible among those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal his celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, in front of everyone. He was not certain if his attack would be able to match Hao Shuang's full strength. At that time, he felt slightly anxious. When the results came out, he was shocked, but at the same time, he knew that he had been overthinking things. If he was not there, Hao Shuang's attack would be considered invincible among those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, compared to his attack, even Hao Shuang's full strength would pale in comparison. Actually, the power contained in my attack was not much different from the power contained in his attack. However, at that level of power, the difference of a hair's breadth is like 1,000 miles. That's why he was defeated so miserably. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but feel relieved. If I didn't inject all my Sun Saint origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword and used a portion of my Sun Saint origin to cast the Universe Ruler's divine ability, the Universe Teleportation, or to form the 10,000 Swords territory to conceal the Jasper Celestial Sword's attack, the Jasper Celestial Sword's attack might not be comparable to Hao Shuang's full-strength attack. If that's the case, the outcome would have been reversed. I would have been the one who was defeated or killed. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly felt it was a wise decision to risk exposing his celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, to fight with Hao Shuang. 09 Little, say net. Even if he had to expose the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was worth it. After all, he had saved his life. Thoughts flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind as he thought of one idea after another. The people present on the scene finally regained their senses. Everyone present on the scene was shocked by what they had seen. Many people even wondered if they were dreaming. There were even some who couldn't help but pinch their own thighs and slap themselves to make sure that they weren't dreaming. One moved to determine the outcome. This was what Duan Lingtian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, had suggested to Hao Shuang, the sectless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he possessed the Dharma Rod, the super saint weapon. If he unleashed his full strength, it would definitely be the strongest attack below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was what everyone present on the scene thought as well. When Hao Shuang made his move, they were certain Duan Lingtian would either be killed or severely injured. However, the outcome was like a joke to them. At the most critical moment, Duan Lingtian had used his sword-wielding technique and bestowed it with a destructive force. Not only did he send Hao Shuang's super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, flying, but he had also killed Hao Shuang's body. In the end, Hao Shuang was forced to use the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage to abandon his body and escape. At that time, everyone was shocked. Although Hao Shuang had left behind a threat before he escaped, it did not bring them back to their senses. This was because this was the strongest shock they had ever experienced in their lives, the most inconceivable shock, the most unbelievable shock. When everyone regained their senses, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison. Their eyes and faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Everyone from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Duan Lingtian looked at the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and said calmly, since the devil clans from the land of exile could invade the upper province at any time, I didn't want to see the humans lose any more powerhouses. That's why I only destroyed Hao Shuang's body to teach him a lesson. I didn't destroy his soul. I don't think any of you have any objections to this, right? After all, when he left, it seemed like he hated the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect very much. After he recovers, I'm sure he'll seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. A hint of mockery could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he spoke. The faces of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect turned pale when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. This was especially so for the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and the 2 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. They were puzzled why Duan Lingtian did not seize the opportunity to destroy Hao Shuang's soul. After all, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed previously, it would not be difficult for him to destroy Hao Shuang's soul if he made another move. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were stunned. At this moment, they realized Duan Lingtian had done this on purpose. He did not destroy Hao Shuang's soul on purpose so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect after he recovered. Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Hao Shuang with a borrowed knife. They did not believe Duan Lingtian when he said that he had held back because the Devil Clan was about to invade the upper province. Why did he kill one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, the Golden Lion King, Xiekong's son, if he did not want the humans to lose any more powerhouses because the Devil Clan was about to invade the upper province? Guardian Lingtian, this is, the people from the Zoroastrianism sect could not help but smile when they heard Duan Lingtian's words to the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Their understanding of Duan Lingtian was similar to that of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. They felt that Duan Lingtian did not kill Hao Shuang on purpose so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect in the future. However, judging from Hao Shuang's shout when he left, he was not only targeting Zhuangzi Buddhism, but also Zoroastrianism. The 2 deputy sect leaders of Zoroastrianism furrowed their brows in dissatisfaction. Guardian Lingtian's decision is inappropriate. If Hao Shuang makes a comeback in the future, I'm afraid he won't only target Zhuangzi Buddhism, but also Zoroastrianism. However, even though they were unhappy that Duan Lingtian had intentionally let Hao Shuang go, they did not dare to say anything. They all knew in their hearts, after today's battle, Guardian Lingtian from the Zoroastrianism would definitely become famous in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, he would replace Hao Shuang and become the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. How could they question the actions of such an existence? After today, even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would treat Lingtian differently, let alone them. However, whether it was the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect or the people from the Zoroastrianism sect, they were unaware that this was not the truth. The reason Duan Lingtian did not chase after Hao Shuang's soul was because he wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Hao Shuang. It was not because he was worried that the devil clans would invade the upper province and he did not want the humans to lose any more powerhouses. It was not because he wanted to spare Hao Shuang's life so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on Zhuangzi Buddhism sect in the future. It was because Duan Lingtian was at his limit. Right now, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He no longer had the strength to chase after Hao Shuang's soul and kill him. Chapter 2208. Naturally, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess what Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others were thinking. This was precisely his objective. He wanted to make Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others think that he did not kill Hao Shuang on purpose so that Hao Shuang could escape with his soul detachment technique. He did not want to expose the fact that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. After all, if this matter was exposed, Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others would act recklessly. At that time, the Zoroastrianism group would not be able to protect him. He would only be taken away by Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others. This was not something he wanted to see. Whoosh! At some point, the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, had returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had exhausted most of the Sun Saint origin that he had infused into the Jasper celestial sword. Due to this reason, he no longer had the strength to chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Whoosh! 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 However, even though there was only a tiny bit of energy left in the Jasper celestial sword, it was still emitting a murky sword chi that was filled with a destructive aura. It was as though it could incinerate everything. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing with the sword in his hand. He could feel the destructive aura emanating from the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian, don't you dare do anything rash. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If you dare to make a move on us, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism will personally take revenge on Zoroastrianism in the future. You better think carefully before you act. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism used the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, to threaten Duan Lingtian. He wanted to intimidate Duan Lingtian. Although the Azure Dragon King and the White Tiger King from Zhuangzi Buddhism did not say anything, their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was obvious to them. The reason Duan Lingtian's attack was so powerful was because of the sword. This sword gave them a feeling that it was even more terrifying than a super saint weapon. They were certain that the sword Saint Origin. This sword was a sword saint weapon was more terrifying than any of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint rankings. Perhaps it was not a sword saint weapon. Duan Lingtian managed to survive in the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils. Not only that, but his strength has also improved tremendously. He must have obtained this sword from there. This sword is most likely from the land of exile. It's a demonic sword that's even more terrifying than a super saint weapon that was forged by a demonic overlord. In the end, it was brought to the Dao Martial Saint land by the 3 devil cultivators and was obtained by Duan Lingtian. Apart from the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the vice sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism shared the same thoughts. Even the people from Zoroastrianism shared the same thoughts. The sword in their guardian Lingtian's hand gave them a feeling, and the power it displayed had completely surpassed the super saint weapon that they knew. Even the 9 Cloud Sword and the Traceless Sword, 2 of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, were not as powerful as this sword. What if I don't plan to do so? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the threat from the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. His eyes flashed coldly as killing intent rose from his body. The Jasper celestial sword emitted a destructive aura, causing the expressions of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others to change drastically. They did not expect Duan Lingtian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, to be so unpredictable. He was still filled with killing intent even after their sect leader had threatened him with the Supreme Elder. Guardian Lingtian. The 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism cried out anxiously. They were worried Guardian Lingtian would kill all the people from Zoroastrianism in a fit of rage. They could tell from how Duan Lingtian managed to kill Hao Shuang's body with a single strike and forced Hao Shuang to abandon his body and soul to escape. They could tell Guardian Lingtian was strong enough to kill all the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Even the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Guardian Lingtian, I know you're furious. However, you can't kill these people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. If you kill them, you'll infuriate the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He won't hesitate to invade our Zoroastrianism. Guardian Lingtian, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he invades our Zoroastrianism, the people from Zoroastrianism will be wiped out. Although Lord Sect Leader is strong, It's impossible for him to protect everyone from Zoroastrianism. That's right, Guardian Ling Tian. At that time, even you would be in danger. Duan Ling Tian almost burst out laughing when he heard the four guardians of Zoroastrianism trying to dissuade him. At the same time, he was secretly impressed by his acting skills. With my acting skills, if I was in the entertainment industry on Earth in my previous life, it wouldn't be a problem for me to win the Best Actor award. Duan Ling Tian looked at the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism coldly and said in a cold voice, I won't kill all of you today. However, you'll have to pay for what you've done today. I'm not asking for much. Sect leader Duan Ling Tian of Zhuangzi Buddhism, destroy one of your arms. After that, all of you can scram. Duan Ling Tian's voice became colder and colder as he spoke. It felt as though winter had arrived. Sect leader Duan Ling Tian of Zhuangzi Buddhism's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. RIP. However, he was still a sect leader after all. For the sake of the bigger picture, he decisively extended his right hand and tore his left arm off before destroying it. From then on, it was impossible for him to reattach his left arm. Sect leader. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King's expressions changed drastically. Although they were furious and humiliated, they did not have the courage to make a move in front of Duan Ling Tian. The scene of Duan Ling Tian defeating Hao Shuang with a single strike was still vivid in their minds. Such a powerhouse was not someone they could afford to offend. Lord Sect Leader. The two vice-sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism cried out in grief. They felt extremely humiliated, but they did not dare to make a move. Guardian Ling Tian, are you satisfied now? Sect leader Duan Ling Tian of Zhuangzi Buddhism asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a ferocious expression. His eyes were filled with rage. Scram! Hurry up! I don't want to regret this. Duan Ling Tian frowned impatiently and waved his hand reluctantly. Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They turned around and left. The two great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism even brought along one vice-sect leader, each to ensure they could leave this place as soon as possible. They were worried Duan Ling Tian would regret his decision. In just a blink of an eye, Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others had disappeared from their sight. The high-ranking officials of Zhuangzi Buddhism sighed in relief when they saw this. They were worried Ling Tian, the leader of Zoroastrianism, would kill Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others in a fit of rage. Guardian Ling Tian, although I knew you're stronger than me, I didn't expect you to be so much stronger than me. Hao Shuang is ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from you. Zifeng exclaimed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Guardian Ling Tian, you're really good at hiding your strength. Qinghua smiled bitterly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it when he recalled how he wanted to take Duan Ling Tian as his disciple. Guardian Ling Tian, I, Long Ying, rarely submit to anyone. Even if that person is stronger than me, I'll submit to you from today onward. Long Ying had a respectful expression on his face when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. When the new Supreme Saint ranking is released, Guardian Ling Tian will replace Hao Shuang and be ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Moreover, he'll be widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The moment Hong Yun's words left her mouth, the remaining high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism looked at Duan Ling Tian respectfully. Even the sanctum leaders of White Tiger Sanctum and Azure Dragon Sanctum, who had conflicts with Duan Ling Tian in the past, were filled with respect when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. The strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed had completely shocked them. Ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking? The strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Although Duan Ling Tian was calm, he could not help but feel excited when he heard Hong Yun's words. Guardian Ling Tian, your sword. Zifeng could not help but ask when the four guardians of Zoroastrianism were looking at the Jasper Celestial sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. A voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was none other than Hua Lao's voice. Take your wife and daughter away from Zoroastrianism before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism returns. Hua Lao's reminder jolted Duan Ling Tian back to his senses. That was right. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was still fighting fiercely with Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He would not be able to return anytime soon. This was the best time for Duan Lingtian to rescue Kerr and his daughter. Hualao, thank you. After thanking Hualao, Duan Lingtian noticed the gazes on the jasper celestial sword in his hand. An idea flashed in his mind as he thought of a way to send the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism away from the Zoroastrianism's base. For guardians, vice-sect leader, elders, and vice-hall masters, Duan Lingtian swept his gaze across the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism and said, Hao Shuang's super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, is currently lost somewhere. I remember how Shuang's soul didn't flee in the direction where the Dharma Rod was lost. Since I'm in a good mood today, why don't I play a game with all of you? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.